here, and welcome back to session 50 of Into the Wildlands. I am your DM for this evening, Miser Mark, and we continue the downtime for our adventurers, the Fading Hearts, which they went on their own ways for a little bit. Tyrannin, Adaria, Mavis went to explore and talk with the Ocean Razors for a little bit, but mostly to collect the ironwood in the ship, which they realized that there was still plenty of riches there that the Ocean Razors didn't really see as important other than weapons. And on the other side, Syndra and Arizel went to investigate the former Red Fox hideout, which they not only found someone that was a captive who went through severe torture, but also triggered a somewhat backup failsafe plan where a small fire elemental was burning everything. And through both sheer luck and good dice rolls, Syndra and Arizel have managed to collect the remaining, or at least gather important intel report papers. During that time, Adaria decided to commune, or at least check into the mind, and got a really nasty vision of possibly herself, or maybe a paradox of herself, at the realm of Mechanus, in the presence of Primus and his quarrant enforcers. Now the party are back at the main, sitting down and gathering their thoughts, as well as possibly to, well, share notes. Now we begin and continue on with resuming the downtime of the Fading Hearts into the Wildlands, session 50. Yeah, let's change this background music.
Woo, big 5-0.
Yeah, let's put sleep like a Viking, since you guys are probably going to need some sleep after Adaria got a bit of a nosebleed.
Why do you three smell like fire? Oh wait, they're not here.
Ow.
Did you do something stupid again?
Wouldn't be a normal day if I didn't.
True. Which god did you talk to this time?
Didn't talk to a god per se. I'm just starting to mess around in the weird time abyss bullshit of everything that's been happening.
Oh, fantastic. That can only go well. Is that gonna happen to me tomorrow?
I mean, as long as you don't anger him, you should be fine.
Oh, when have I been not known to anger anyone?
Always.
Exactly.
Now you'll be fine. I mean, considering your mental stability, and is probably a little bit better than mine, and I haven't died to this yet, I think it'll be alright. Oh, God.
Tyrannin hears Cinder walking up. She talked to something again.
Syndra just like full on. She's got a couple of like documents like clenched in her hand. Steps up. Like important thing, God. Like
Time
the table.
bullshit.
Right, time bullshit. So I just got through these that we got from the Red Fox.
Okay.
Everyone in the room, John D, get your girlfriend. I mean, fiance. Sorry.
Why are they involved?
Trust me, we better information.
Tyrannin stands up, just follows.
I am just as confused as John D makes a sharp whistle.
You know, I've never seen her actually ask for anybody, so this actually may be important.
I'll just limp upstairs, don't worry.
Okay,
As she
so
passes by,
Orkanos, help her out.
all right. So as you are zipping
Sh-
about Syndra, I'm just gonna do a quick little scene screen scene change for Arizel and Dr. Midnight as he is coming out, and Boris looks pretty pale, even for a Minotaur of his stature. And Dr. Midnight again wiping his hands with cloth and keeping them as clean as possible. But Arzel, with your past perception, and you don't need to roll for any of this, but you could see that that cloth was meant to be white. It's drenched in red coloring. And he looks to you, looks to Syndra and Tyrion passing by. And he says,
Is
"Well,
she alive?
yes, barely. Would you
Is
like to
she?
know what was done to her in detail?"
I could have her to
And
guess
you
what's
look like
been
you were
done.
in terrible pain. Yes, well, I don't wait. Repeat that once more again, Miss Arizel.
I said I could have her to guess on what's happened to her.
Right. Well, considering that if you hadn't saved her any sooner, the rot worms that were in her gut would probably have continued eating away at her, along with other things that had been done to her.
Is she conscious?
No, she's breathing, stable. He gestures his hand over to Boris, who looks again this big minotaur who you both know usually cheerful, even though or the worst thing he had dealt with was having to lose his arm, but nah, he just looks very pale and looking distant. This good sir managed to help me stabilize the young lady and keep all of her vitals up, but Boris, my friend, please head downstairs. I will treat you to a few rounds of drinks, but again, just remember her life was saved thanks to the combined efforts of us two, and I appreciate the help. With Boris just giving a slight nod. Captain.
Tell Smina Mana her life. She does not die by anyone else's hands. You understand? I know you and I know exactly what they did.
I think they took a
She's
little bit too
way
far.
more important.
I think they took it a bit to the extremes and previous captives, Captain.
I know.
He then points to Dr. Midnight. This one had to use a particular scroll, which I suppose we're even, or I owe him something for that. And Dr. Midnight's like, no, that's fine. I can make another scroll within a month or two. It was important since apparently she was a dire straits of it. There's a bit of a snort, but Boris will start taking his leave and make his way downstairs. And not subtly hiding it, he is stomping his way down. And just grab some of the other characters.
Tyrion's gonna look over at Adria. That bullman is not quiet.
He's about as quiet as anyone else in our party.
I'm
Mavis.
incredibly stealthy. Mavis beats me because she disappears in darkness for some reason. But before her, I was the stealthiest one in this party.
You still would always run up and yell though, so.
There's a difference.
Alright, just move everyone over there. Move this here. Zoom out a little. And Ironically, Dr. Midnight will actually be joining you in that room as well.
That's fine. I almost wanted to have it in that room, but it was too small.
I love how we just constantly keep running out this room, and like other people are trying to get in here, and it's just like us always pushing someone out.
Oh, it's perfectly fine. He's just doing his
No,
best
no,
to
no, no. I
dodge.
just find it hilarious of like the idea of like someone's trying to rent this room, and it's like, fuck, are they up there again? God damn it.
Oh, no. Sin rented this room. You know that. She paid extra. We had one of the other rooms. She was like, nope, I want the big one in the end.
We didn't pay anything for this room. What are you talking about?
Yeah, this is like the conference room at a hotel that you constantly go in, and there's always that one guy on the computer and he looks at you every time you go in.
Sindra transes. She doesn't freaking sleep. Amarna sleeps.
Like half our
Okay.
party doesn't sleep actually.
I sleep.
So Smee comes in, informs you, Sindra. Hannah is currently investigating some of the other dwarf and Sir Richard. She'll be back with some information if necessary.
Good.
And Boris looks like crap. Did something happen?
You can ask him, but I'm guessing. You remember the time that your cousin got turned inside out?
I like to not think about it, but yes.
Yeah, that's probably about what he went through.
Eh. Well, hold on. I just get my notebook here and I'll start listening to whatever happens.
Just make sure she doesn't die. At least not yet. Alright, so if everybody's here, she will ritual cast Liamon's tiny hut to fill the room.
Woof.
Yep. Okay, first of all, since we have people here who are probably wondering why I respected them specifically, if you will show to players the report papers cross symbol.
Yeah, why the hell am I here?
Because Tyrion, this revolves around Ed, and I know you love him.
Don't lie to me.
No, I will get to it. First of all, can anybody tell me whether this has seen this? As she slides it across the table. Supposed to be down south near Rashakan and the swamps. I was hoping that our good friend here might be a bit more informative. As she looks over at I can't remember names tonight.
Zola.
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 She looks at it. Looks like the rune for the entrance, but as I said, I don't really go into the boiling swamps. Alright. She's looking at it. Then she starts looking for is there a map around here that you all can use?
Yeah. Tyrion takes his
Pulls
map
out a
out of
map.
his pack.
Few people pulling maps out.
Yeah, like everyone's just like at the same time.
So I'm just gonna drag all players to the map. Here we go. Alright, so allow me to get that. Honey, can you just pass me that there? That paintbrush.
Yeah.
She's talking to Jandi as he gets the thing for her. Right, the boiling swamps are mostly here. Similar to like the salt marshes, my tribe do not go, well, into these areas. We're not exactly adapted to handling it.
Understandable.
Though, she then gets her brush, pulls out a magenta color. My tribe tends to have a territory around here, overlapping sometimes with the particular primals that would lurk around the areas. But again, we usually keep ourselves away from them. Although there is ways through it, if you look carefully, there are some of the waterways. As she begins tracing them. Hence, I was able to get more toward the north area, and eventually my bad encounter with the gnolls. However, I am slightly aware of the ruins. They are... Oh, this is not supposed to be the correct one, as she... To token layer. They were known as the... Well, we call them the Starfall Ruins, since there was a time where, at least from old legends, that the ancient, well, the Sleeping Mountain shed tears as it reached to the stars, and, well, the tears fell into the specific area. Are they truly ruins? I do not know, but some of the tribes that would live nearby there should have information more accurate, and I suppose this star cult would know?
Doesn't mean anything to you, Abby.
The very least, from what I'm able to pick up, it sounds like the tears they're talking about refer to the flowers, meaning they might be picking them specifically for something, which is worrisome. I don't necessarily remember anything pertaining to what the cult would, at least off the top of my head.
Symbol doesn't mean anything to your cult friends.
Not as far as I can recall. Miser.
You can roll me a history if you want.
I saw the nat 1 and got scared. Then I rolled
Alright, let me just smooth this out a little bit. Okay, 25. So, as far as you can tell, this is something that does not have any real, or at least immediate connections to the Cult of the Stars that you are aware of.
What about the other Cult of Star technically member that I met? Did I see anything like that on him?
Ah, I talk about Dennis.
Yes. Mr. Starbeard.
You know what?
The man who is not attached to his head.
Well, him too.
That was Dennis, wasn't it?
Oh my god. Miser, why is it always my T100? Every
don't know.
time.
So, writing on your 25 history, you do vaguely remember there were a few of those runes on this guy's head, on Dennis's particular facial, or at least the tattoos on his head.
Well, the one leader that started literally removing his head also had some of these runes written on him. Is not very reassuring, but also would answer probably where they've taken up base. If I could assume so.
All right. Second question: has anybody seen this? She'll put the
burnt orders
I will.
on the table.
Wall of stars.
I mean, Sin hasn't seen this symbol, right? It's not somebody's flag or symbol, right?
Nope.
Lizer, have I seen this symbol? Because for the player, it looks familiar, but I don't remember if I saw it here or just somewhere else.
Roll me a history, Tyrannin.
Ook.
4.
I mean, the best you
There's
can
a
think
one.
of, it could be a nice flag symbol.
That'd be
At
good
some
on a
point.
flag.
Have I seen it before because of the void miser mentioned?
No.
Okay.
Do I recognize them?
To anybody who wishes to think they recognize it, you may roll me a history.
Oh, this dark mode looks
First roll of the night.
I'll roll it, unless it was in the book.
19.
14.
19.
Arizel, what you wanna?
Oh no.
Look at the club, Ari!
Not a chance in hell.
Woo!
Why is it the
You
two
tried.
fucking
Maybe,
elves that have been
potentially.
fucking with this stuff?
Okay, so we're going with. I will say this. So those that are below a 10, unfortunately, this might look like a nice little tattoo, decal, flag thing, whatever, but it really doesn't ring any bells.
On some dude. Looked cool.
Even to you, Arizel, you kind of have a little nitpicking in the back of your head that you should know this.
Of course I should. Damn it.
Actually, I'm sorry. Wait. Arizel, just roll me history one more time.
Oh god. Oh no.
You're so much to have
I
advantage.
apologize.
See.
I apologize. This is supposed to be.
Hold
This
on.
was a DM's goof up.
I have, if it's a new day, I have some cosmic omens, and I was just rolling for that. Let me just give
Okay.
you a nice. Let me see what it is right now, because I think it goes up. Use this for feature. Roll die. Oh no, it's just a d6. Okay, I'll just throw another d6 for Ari to help her.
Okay.
21.
21. Okay.
Holy shit.
I'm gonna write that down.
You're welcome, buddy.
Thank you.
You're not gonna boost by
Alright.
4?
Fuck you! Go die in a hole.
I will!
Okay, so we're gonna go from lowest to highest. So starting with Mavis, you vaguely remember seeing this on some cult members or some hooded figures that were, well, at the very least, vaguely remembering your somewhat distorted memories, if not your own, but perhaps another person. But you also remember the armored figure cutting down these particular hooded figures with extreme prejudice. Adaria and Syndra, since you both got 19, you recall something of this being more toward the abyssal side of things, more of the demons and, well, chaotic faction stuff. And Arizel, with your 21, thanks to Adaria's cosmic omens, you remember this certainly different now. You remember this being a brand on your brother's back.
Fuck. Oh my god. I pick up the paper and I take a closer look at the symbol. Fuck.
And because you have the 21 history,
Mm-hmm.
I will give you this as well. You vaguely remember one, or rather, you remember it being on your person at one point until it was peeled off.
Where was it branded on my brother. On his
Center
back?
of his back. Center in the center of his back. Different from
Center.
yours, as yours was more toward the hip.
Instinctively, she goes to her hip. Then she puts the paper down. Well, that was branded on me and my brother.
Why was a flag branded on you?
Would I know that? I don't remember, gonna be honest. Did it come because we were captured, or was it something else? Was it part of the Red Fox?
You, like I said, with your 21, I'm going to give this to you.
Uh-huh.
You remember you had this before the Red Fox got involved in your lives.
Okay. Okay.
You could, and I will allow it. You may roll me one more history at advantage.
Okay. Oh boy, here we go. Let's see what happens. Not great, but it's still good. Still good.
Yeah, it wasn't a large brand, it was just a small one, but
Mhm.
it was significant for both you and your brother because you vaguely remember that this was meant to be offerings. Or rather, you and him were meant to be offerings. Syndra, can you roll me a history? You have advantage too, by the way.
Oh,
You remember a particular trip when you went after Arizel when she died? How certain words were being used by a certain demon prince?
Yeah.
I mean, Sin has looked serious, but she is looking real serious. Look like staring at Ari for a moment.
Ari just. Hmm. We were. How to put it?
Offerings to the festering taint of the abyss.
There you go. Exactly that. Offering. We were offerings.
Why?
Well,
I mean, I know you're a
Um,
tiefling, but that seems even stupid for most beings.
yes, well, that's part of it right there. It's just that tiefling.
I mean, obviously you didn't choose that because nobody would choose to go to uh, that fucking thing that I totally remember.
Yes, no, it wasn't. It wasn't like you said. Yeah. Well, that's yeah. Orcus. Well,
Right?
yeah.
Yeah, him.
Mm-hmm. It's not like I said, not a choice. It's not something we wanted, but
Who convinced you or other things to make you do that stupid thing?
I'm a bit confused on that myself, because I couldn't remember if that was prior to your fun times with Red Fox or after.
So,
it's before. This was before we even heard of the name Red Fox.
so Arizel,
Mm-hmm.
Since you rolled nicely with your 15 history, I'm gonna give this to remember that your mom also had this on her breast, or at least her chest,
Mm-hmm.
right over the heart. And she did give you a bit of a warning, or at least to be careful. Also, the amount of times she did apologize for you and your brother getting involved with her problems. Because you do recall your mom was an adventurer.
Shit. Let me pull this up real fast. I need to pull something up now. Okay, for us, it's a brand of sacrifice, and it dealt more with my mother. This was essentially we were offered as our entire bloodline offered to Orcus.
Why would Red Fox be interested in it?
Aside from the fact that they peeled mine off of me, I had mine and then it was gone. Now it's gone. Well, maybe that's more so because of what happened when you guys saved me. Maybe not so much. Red Fox. A lot's happened.
Arizel, speaking of Red Fox, can you roll me another history?
Okay. Just straight?
Yes, just straight.
Okay. Well, not great.
You do remember, well, this is the only thing I want to give you. You do remember running into Red Fox in the manor. As for the details, well, that's going to be up to you.
Oh. It has to do with what he wears as a mask. Maybe not. Maybe not at all.
Well, that was a
Red Fox
curiosity.
himself is involved in it somehow.
And I will just show this to everyone. Arizel's mother. Since Arizel, you remember your mom in detail.
Mm-hmm.
I know you were young. Or actually, do we know any? I guess have you already told her anything about her mother? Sindra about her
That's
mother?
up to Arizel.
I would say she probably told you some bits and pieces of information about her family, considering like she was in the hope for going back to her family, but probably not in like the most extensive detail. But she did like describe her to Syndra, minus the branding.
Well, I mean, the question is, would you have told her about like that your mom fought against the cult?
Um, probably more so like an adventure. I think a little bit, yeah. I think so, yeah. I think she would have told Syndra.
Ari, I know this is a weird question. Being that the era of what had happened, you said your mother was an adventurer, right?
She was, yeah.
What did she do as an adventurer?
She's a paladin of Bahamut, so she fought against the cult of dragons in her time.
Do you happen to know where she fought?
As you think about this, and I'll give this
Mhm.
to you. You realize your mom never really told you where she fought the cult of dragons. She just mentioned about dealing with them in areas near Baldur's Gate, as well as at some points where she traveled up north in Icewind Dale. But beyond that, she never gave you any specific details of it.
Not the exact places, but around Baldur's Gate, where we reside, and a little further up north, Icewind Dale.
Did she ever mention anybody by the name of Sieg the Ironheart? Or Connie the Silent?
That one, I need you to roll me a history. And a
Me?
D100. Yes.
Oh goodness! Oh no! Yeah, that's too bad. And a D100. Oh lord!
Yes.
My favorite.
All right.
Possibly even Garth the Strong.
She did mention about a short gnomish cleric of Bahamut that she worked with for a little bit, but she didn't trust the adventurers that were with him.
Wiggle-man.
It's all coming together.
He's come
Oh,
back to
Lord.
this bastard.
So, yes, I caught part of that, but for some reason, wow, my brain just stopped for a second. A short what now? Dwarven man?
No.
No
A
man.
cleric-
Okay.
Yeah, a gnome cleric of Bahamut by the name of Wigaman.
She did mention a gnomish man by the name of Wickerman at one point.
Did she travel with them or just run into them?
He traveled with them, I believe.
She ran into them, but she didn't
Or
travel.
ran into him. Okay. She ran into them.
That
That's right.
was the party that was with Ed. So if she met them, that might be why you're intertwined with all of this.
Did she ever mention the Sunset Mountains?
Tyrion slams his hands on the table. Who can cast Sending?
Okay, so first answer, she never mentioned Sunset Mountains.
No.
As for sending, that's going to be up to you guys to figure out with amongst each other. As
I can't.
Dr. Midnight just kind of raises his hands like, I have to abstain on that. I am tapped out for the day.
I'm
Look at
afraid I
me.
haven't written it down.
My eyes go to the other caster of the party.
I said, don't look at me. I can only send animals and they don't go that far.
Shit.
What do you need to do, Tannen?
Wigaman might still be alive and have answers for us. Last time I saw him, he was cast into the ocean, and knowing that little bastard, he's probably still alive somewhere. He did survive me, after all. Surviving being tossed in the ocean is no small feat for a cleric of his stature.
You do recall it was that big hulking black knight that chucked him into the water.
Not dead. He chucks him into the water unconscious. I'm gonna look at Jandi, right?
Yep, that's the dwarf you're talking to?
Do you have
Yes,
one of
Jandi.
those rocks?
Yes.
How much?
Considering I'm hearing all this crazy information and stuff, I'll give it a special service fee. On the house. Just make sure to return it once you're done.
Wiggerman.
He's
He just grabs a stone and clutches it. You may remember me as a blue dragon. You nearly died.
okay, so before that, which direction are you going for?
Direction?
Is a direction.
Yeah,
This
sending doesn't
particular
have a
case.
direction.
Sending
it's
is
literally
as long as
getting
you remember or know the person by name and or can be describe them.
familiar with them, basically.
And
Yeah.
they're on the same plane.
Oh.
Yeah, well, no, it has a 5% chance to fail if you're on the
Do you know who
same
you're
different
fucking
plane.
talking to?
Well, just don't roll bad, Jeebus. You've done it before.
D100?
Yes, D100.
Or D10.
Doesn't-
We're
technically.
good. Oh, I don't like that number.
3 off.
Okay. Now the reason why I say direction is because I'm doing this for flavor. And which direction you feel like you need to send
East.
that. Okay.
Alright.
Now, I'm just gonna roll a d20.
I guess on another thing, Tyrion would have to stick his head out of the dome.
Oh yeah, he would actually, because
It nullifies.
Tyrion just walks outside. Mantis' hang of minutes. Oh my god.
So, you do just that, Tyrion.
Yeah, everybody else can RP while I count out this.
Yeah, a sure thing.
Well, that's at least one possible thing. So, that being said, I have a weird one. I've only heard of this somewhere in the apparently, according to them, it's in the Devil Teeth Mountains. Was there an actual image, or was it just the message for the new base?
Wait, I'm sorry. Repeat that one more time.
For the new base location thing, is
There was
there
no-
an actual image drawn with it, or?
No, just a estimated location. Which I will
Well,
show.
they've moved to somewhere in the Devil Teeth Mountains.
Does that look familiar?
I wonder.
I wonder
As
why
well.
the hell this looks familiar.
That
why I
looks
wondered if there was-
familiar to anybody
my
that's not
God.
Tyrannin.
What the fuck?
Thanks.
That's why I was wondering if
Mhm.
picture with it or just a vague description.
I've never seen this before.
I
Please
mean,
don't.
there is a there is a vague image drawing, but Arizel.
Lock
kinda-
that one too. Well, if it ain't my dreams popping back up again.
Which one?
This is one where I was facing everybody. And I forget his name, but I remember there was
Alexandros.
the Thank you. I knew it started with an A, I just couldn't remember for the life of me. Of course. Weirdly enough, in the dream, we were going to fight and couldn't really do much because he had chased me up to this top. got me to the edge, and between fighting him and others around me, I ended up jumping and woke from such the nightmare.
Well, at least we're gonna have an idea when we get near. But it sounds like we're going to have to get to Rosh Khan, find someone, and well, the young lady in there. I do hate to be that brutal, but do you still have the rot grubs?
No, as Dr. Midnight kind of looks very perturbed. In fact, looks downright insulted for the suggestion of it.
Huh? I mean, they do work on certain things. But anyway, you're right. You probably shouldn't hear me talking about torturing someone.
No, considering that the poor lady has already went through. Wait, were you referring to the Red Fox people? Because
Yes.
okay, I had misunderstood. As he very calmly pulls out a small little jar. I managed to keep at least 3 of them.
I mean, not to be brutal, I am a professional. You know, my crew, we pride ourselves on, being professional. But when it comes to Red Fox and other slavers, there's a reason why I'm second on this list. As she points to one piece of paper she hasn't slid across yet.
Which one is that?
The hit list. She hasn't shown them yet.
It's actually probably the longer scrolls compared to all the other ones, but you see a nice list of names.
Yeah, she hasn't shown that one off yet. Oh wait, I need to call back in the dome before we come any farther. But speaking of the young lady, her name is Fia Greaves.
Do you show that paper?
Yes, she'll start passing it around.
Another paper with a vague writing facial description of the woman that was just recently charted into the other room.
You've got to be shitting me. Looking through some of these names, I hate all of them.
Yes. Apparently, she's very well tied to our friend that we met down in Emerald Star who got helmet and, wants us to get her sister out of the cult and all that good fun.
Wait. Andromeda's still alive. She's scrolling all the way down to the bottom.
I have no idea I haven't seen that woman yet. I mean, outside of the image that Adia showed me, you're the one who's been in closer contact with
I haven't
them.
talked to my family as far as I remember. Which is weird.
Wait, wasn't she in that one room? No, I thought Smiley had seen that one that Adia sent us after the sister.
Yes, she was. We did not find her location after we re-raided the base, but she was there just yesterday. Or day before.
Day before.
Mavis, can you roll me a history?
As Tyrion comes back.
Yeah.
Miser, you probably saw the post, but that is what he sent to Wigaman.
I gotta roll something for Wigaman now.
Wow.
I can't help you there, buddy. I'm sorry.
Yep.
This is the if he's alive fucking check or not.
I mean, it would have to be, if he comes back, but...
Wait. Why? What the fuck is the Throne of Orion?
Sounds
What?
like some nerd shit.
Well, reading through my family in the bottom half of the list, there's something talking about the Throne of Orion.
Throne of Orion.
You don't read through all of this, Cinder, outside of your own name. She looks at you
Wait,
for
which
a minute.
list? The Fia Greaves one, or...?
No, the hit list. Literally at the Arca Stormblood, towards the bottom. There's one that mentions the Throne of Orion.
I read through a lot of it.
Goken's
that
on
At
this
some
list.
point, I was like, I'm gonna have to cover this later. I'm not awake enough.
Wait, Goken
Okay.
is on this list.
Yes, there's a few people we've met on this list actually.
Oh, I thought everybody had passed around the
I just came back in.
Reeves orders.
I'm kind of looking through that, but I'm looking more at the hit list.
The hit list was covered by the orders.
Just to put this out as a point, if you haven't noticed, remember something written in someone's book? Yabala. But it
Oh,
doesn't
yes.
say who. And it's not Ed. Ed's down here. Somebody wanted. You know, late Richard McCree was wanted by Ed. And as you can see, who Ludwig is. We have his friend in 2 rooms down.
Oh god.
Granted, I'm trying to determine here about the Venom Hand now. This is rather bothersome. Oh, and look, Goken.
Oh, there's Tannis as well. That's going to be fun.
Is Chimerex the one that you met down below? Is that a different one?
Sorry, which one?
Chimerex.
Daughter of the Venom Chieftain.
Daughter.
I don't
No, I think that
think
is.
so.
No.
Oh, was it not?
No, that is the priestess that rides the horned beast. She rides the Triceratops, right?
Yep.
Oh,
Just to refresh everyone's memories.
Yeah,
I know it's-
Yeah, no,
it's-
I actually remember her because Tyrion actually liked her for a second. Then she tried to murder him.
Oh, she didn't try to murder you. She just
She cute.
pointed.
That's just quitter talk, man.
She cute.
She pointed out that Sin was lying, or rather, noticed that Sin was up to something, but nobody remembers Sign.
Well, now we do.
We do
after-
now.
Yeah. After playing.
Still trying to get
Bottom.
back to the memories and go, why did this guy, who is this, and why was he fucking our shit up?
Yes, but Taryn, you remember that she literally just like pointed right at Signs, like right there.
Mine's there. I know as I'm kind of looking through and I had mentioned it. Can I roll a history or a nature on the Throne of Orion?
You can certainly try, although I will add this now. It will be a disadvantage.
Fuck. History.
Actually,
or
no, I'm
nature?
sorry. It would actually be just a. Yeah, it will be a disadvantage because you are halved now.
Fuck. Well, shit.
There's the other one.
Well, history or nature doesn't
Kaya's
matter.
not on the list, is she?
Hmm?
Oh, Kaya's
No.
not on the list.
She is not.
Damn it.
You feel like there's something on the tip of your tongue about it, but you don't know. It's just scratching the back of your head.
God damn it.
Where does it say Cult of, or the Seed of Orion?
The Aqua Stormblood. It's at the very bottom, or third one. It's,
Oh, Akra. Maybe somebody
Yeah.
else remembers about Akra.
I know. Oh.
She's
I-
mother
I-
of
I-
Dina? Oh no.
You know what's great? Someone else is also getting chased by the Cult of Stars. Weird. I think I'm starting to understand where fucking Mavis and Marina fall into this fucking plot line now.
Your cousins?
Speaking of Mavis, can you roll me another
Technically, yes.
history, Mavis?
Can you say that again?
Roll me another history, please.
Blue.
That what it's done. Why is it still on the list?
18. Nice. So they're mentioning about the name of Akra Stormblood. You remember vaguely that, well, more clarity in this case, that the individual that saved you was also named Akra, and memories of your fragmented past slowly becoming together. You recall that she identified or introduced herself as Akra Stormblood. And you also, with that 18 history, remember that you travel with her a lot, especially through a lot of the elven lands and cities, mostly in Silvery Moon and a bit further out.
Miser, I hate you.
What did I
Okay,
do?
sorry, I was writing.
I hate you as a DM, but I love you. But I hate you.
Miser, I know you're
John
doing a
D.
lot, but did Wigger Man send me back anything?
I rolled. As you can see, there's a wisdom saving throw. I'm literally trying to write down a number of these things.
No
down
worries.
Too.
No worries. I know you like. That's why I just said. I know you're doing a lot.
I'm also just trying to wonder how would Wigaman actually react to you. It's the real
Literally
thing.
gets thrown into him by someone else.
No, I did not kill him. I just knocked him unconscious.
I didn't kill him. He was already dead when I found him.
Nope, he was not. He was trying to kill me.
What's a little bit of murder under the bridge for a dragon?
Hey, if I break him out of a fucking brainwashing, he might be happy for it.
Might.
John D.
Yes.
As you'll notice, there are two very prominent names on that list. I don't know, I'm going to leave it to you and to Brahmadia to decide if that's something that should be passed along.
Knowing my lord and lady, I think they would find this amusing.
Oh, I know, it's highly amusing. I, on the other hand, would also like to see, Ominence or her lady annihilate an entire thing for me, but, that's just me.
Knowing the Lord Ominence, most likely his lair is that entire city. So he knows everything that goes on there.
Yes.
You see Johnny kind of like rubbing his beard, looks to the left, looks to the right, looks to his wife.
As he looks nervous, Tyranid just looks at him dead in the eyes and says, "Everything."
You're not wrong. You're not wrong, brother.
And just
Yes,
like that
so-
little bit, it's weird. Instead of the lightning crackle, his teeth kind of just shake, and you guys feel this kind of low rumble in your chests. As instead of lightning, now he's mainly thunder based.
I don't like that.
Let's just say that Menzato has no need to worry about raiders, pirates, any sort of dangerous because, well, I'm sure a lot of you understand that Lord Ominence and his family are not human or mortals.
What are you talking about? Of course they are.
Yes. To that degree, I can only say that if someone of the criminal organization, they must have another port around here or someplace to approach, which I will bring that to my lord's attention, since I'm pretty certain he will not like competition.
Tyranid slides the
Yeah,
stone back to
bring it.
Jandi before he forgets.
They're bringing in quite a bit of merchandise, apparently, from the Sword Coast. However, late bitch of a primal was really cutting into their bottom line. Now, of course, that's changing, but they're moving south.
Yes, but the Rakashan
Okay.
outpost is still under Lord Mazzato's control.
I don't know how true that is. If they were able to get a hold of someone as close to the leadership as Fia, especially with Lady or Madam Idia's power, it's either intentional or they're just as confused as they are now.
Tyrion, you got a message back.
Dumbass, I can't respond. I'm gonna give him some time to use his spell slot.
This is why we need to invest in two-way communication.
He is a fucking caster. He should know that I am not.
Usually, whenever a dragon is using sending, though, the dragon's a spellcaster, so.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? That makes sense. Maybe give him some time to realize that I'm a dumbass.
I'm surprised he didn't already.
He should know when I beat his ass and casted spells at him, but maybe he forgot because of brain trauma.
That being stated, it would appear that the mermaid and winged tribes in the southern parts are being attacked. In other words, your people, I believe, Zawula.
That is troubling since I have not been home for a while. The winged tribes, that would be the harpies and sirens. The Feathers of Paradise tribe. They are usually the ones that fly mostly around the southern parts, and I believe they may know more about the Starfall ruins that you are interested in before. But for them to be attacked, that is curious. Tyrion, you get another message immediately. It's loud. It's loud for a gnome.
Tyrion just puts his head to his ears and is like, how did he break through this damn barrier? Syndra, where the hell are we? What is this island called?
Well, we're in Stormford.
No, the entire island. Anybody?
You know, now that I think about it,
From what I know, it's just called the Wildlands.
That's pretty much what Lord Ominence gave it to attract tourism.
Fucking loud ass gnome.
so
Yeah, everyone else, you can, for a brief moment, you kind of see Tyrion get, for a brief moment, shine like a bright light, and then it stopped. You're not sure what happened, but that's when he mentioned about a loud gnome talking in his head.
Wait, how the fuck did he get through this bear? Never mind.
He called on God to help.
first of all, I am impressed by Antonio Drake. Though I don't necessarily remember. Do I know who the Kraken Society are?
Yes.
Okay, I was gonna say, as a ship person.
I would be more impressed and surprised if Syndra did not know who the Kraken Society are.
Oh, I gotta look it up.
Trying to read through all these again. See if any of them ring any bells.
Sure thing.
Have we ran into a Noscily? Because I feel like we have, but my brain's
I
being
do
dumb.
too. I
Oh
feel like
wait,
there's
we
like
have.
three people
We have. Remember when we were helping the one person up in the mountains? Way back when we were coming our way back to
Right.
yeah. So we did. I knew that name was familiar. God, that was forever ago.
Repeat the name again.
Noscily, Grey Wolf. That was when we helped them from the Yetis or
No.
whatever the fuck. Was
You
that
met
not?
them. You met them further back in Emerald Outpost.
Oh, okay. I knew we'd seen them. Alright, we know Raid. He's gone, so we don't care.
Let me see if I can put a line through this through Raid if you cross it over.
We've already dealt with him. He decided he was bored.
Oh, that is fucking perfect. Eat my dick, gnome.
Does Tiernan say that out loud?
Oh, yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Talking to the damn Wigger Man gnome that keeps yelling at me.
So, shall we talk about the fact that nobody knows anything about it?
Wait. Tyrion holds up a finger.
Everybody
I'm
just
just
watches
just
Tyrion.
running-
5 minutes to process.
It's
Wait
even more
for
funnier
it.
because it's being whispered, so Tyrion is just getting the message right to his head.
Yeah, I know. It's like, shh, I'm listening.
The radar dishes he has for ears are just like twitching and like turning, trying to find where this motherfucker is.
It's like a fucking Bluetooth speaker. It's like syncing, pairing not found. God.
I typed that all out and then counted it. And it was exactly 25, and I was so proud of myself.
Do you want a cookie?
Yeah,
We'll go get one.
Crumble was closed today.
We'll get fucked then.
Oh, this fucking idiot!
You get the message again. All of you, you don't need to roll or passive perception or anything. You just see like this bright, somewhat brief moment of explosion of radiant light on Tyrannon's horns on his head.
Fire truck.
Yeah, they light up for a brief moment, and then Tyrannon gets the message in his head.
Are we sure this dome is impenetrable? 'Cause I'm pretty sure he's lighting up like a Christmas tree every 5 minutes.
This gnome is blessed by Bahamut himself.
And he's a dragon, so I imagine it hurts like a bastard.
It's not pleasant!
Especially because he's the voice for a small.
And he
little-
keeps yelling at me.
Oh my god. God bless our party some days.
I would just say this: I rolled for his particular skill, and he just passed.
God damn it. Always.
But any other questions or thoughts as you look at all the other papers?
Yeah, I mean, Sin does. I mean, if anybody else has anything.
The one that's bothering me right now is the fucking Throne of Orion, but I can't really, unless someone else has some information.
Oh, do you also show them the report about Ed?
Wait,
Oh yeah,
there's an
that's what
Ed
she's
report?
getting to. So, interesting fact, as we suspected, Ed didn't exist until his time fighting the Cult of the Dragon.
Shows the final report paper.
But he was there at what was considered the turning points.
What is this with Ed and turning people inside out?
It's a wizard thing.
Swear to God.
Well, think about it. What's more terrifying than having someone turn you inside out with their mind? You know,
Just-
a couple of things.
I mean, at that point, it just sounds pretentious as shit.
Zola looks over to Jandi and she just says, well, Jandi pulled out a Gnoll's heart with his bare hand.
See, that sounds more fun. To the infamous right into the unstealing way.
But as you'll notice, Ed didn't really exist before that point.
Fans working with by leaving clues.
Perfect.
So Ed stole a submarine. So what I'm getting from this is Ed basically just started playing fun and fucked up a submarine, and now they're pissed off at him.
No, that's the weird part. Ed's been playing both sides. Ed made sure that the Stormsinger ended up here.
Is he trying to make sure the paradoxes don't exist?
No, he's making sure they do. I mean, why else would
Territed
he
gestures to
allow...
Bavis.
Why else would he allow Antonio Drake to steal it, and then completely turn around and start working with the same group that he just fucked over?
Blades of Destiny. Man, if only Rasputin was here. To explain what the fuck that was.
I mean, do you really want to... You can roll intelligence.
I don't think Adaria would know that, like off the top of her head.
No, just roll intelligence.
I guess the question is, does anybody here know about the Grahund Villa bloodbath?
No.
How
What?
long can meet in Menzato in matter of days? Sapphire Dragon, you buffoon! Show me respect. Fight the bigger threat. Make haste or you owe me your life.
Tannen, why are you yelling at the sky?
Fucking gnome keeps yelling at me and I'm gonna eat his goddamn head when he gets here.
You might just be a
At least
snack.
you're past the 25 well limit.
He did. He missed life.
God damn it.
Dane is looking at you, Tiernan, very worried, but he's on. He's still standing there, not sitting because he's too heavy for the seats.
Breaks the chair. My boy.
Allow me to ask this question, though, if you notice at the bottom.
What the hell is
Ed
this?
bringing in special materials, aka people, through Red Fox.
Where's the
Miser.
notes? 'Cause I accidentally closed it.
How did I get here? I thought I swam, but you said we've also it's been kind of debated that I either swam or took a ship here.
You stowawayed,
I stowawayed.
or rather, let me elaborate. You liberated in victory
That
a
makes
few
more sense.
tickets from a couple of would-be bounty hunters and took a ship because your arrow was pointing that direction.
Okay. Any shady individuals on this ship? Anybody somewhat recognizable?
You can roll me a history.
Miser.
Okay.
Yes.
I brought plants with me when I came. Do I remember it only specifically being plants when I'd come over for
Crit.
this adventure?
Okay.
Well,
That's a high number. Adaria, continue what you were saying. I will get to you guys individually.
I want to roll a history for what I brought with me on the ship. Because I don't remember exactly.
I rolled 2 dice. 1 1, 1 20. What the fuck?
Sorry.
You can roll me a straight history for you as well, Adaria.
Oh, that's not a disadvantage. Damn it!
Still an 8.
Yeah,
You can't add a 6 to that.
I could, but I don't know if it'd be. Fuck it, why
You
not?
can still try.
why
In
not?
dark mode, it doesn't highlight which one is supposed to be good. Oh, it kind of does. It's very,
Yeah.
very light, but you can kind of
Yeah.
tell.
14.
Okay, give me a second.
Jeepus and I basically reconstructing our backstory.
No, my backstory is still solid, but it's just now Tyrion is looking back to see if maybe it was a Red Fox ship that I made my way here on.
Actually, yeah.
Well, I will say this because Tiernan with your 23 history and Adaria with your 14 history, this was the following. Tiernan, you remember there were a lot of smelly cages, but thankfully you didn't really have to be anywhere near them.
Oh
They were
no.
also a deck below you. The deck that, or at least the floor you were on, was mostly with a lot of mercenaries, bounty hunters, guards, but they never really give you a glancing look or anything. And the only reason why you now starting to remember why you got into the Wavehold prison was because you broke into a fight with some of these mercenaries and
Killed most of them.
guards. It was rough. You got some, but the other thing is like there was a huge number of them, and a lot of them just simply piled up on you. You bit quite a few.
I
But they
remember
decided to
why
chuck your
I
ass
had
off
to.
the boat.
I remember why I had to break out of a prison now. There was a ship. The deck below me had several cages with something in them. I never really checked because I didn't care. But I did end up in an altercation with most of the crew of that ship. Took out several, but when you're outnumbered and a kobold who just got his legs under him, I was thrown in prison with... God, why do I smell cigarettes?
You remember who Sign is.
Sign. Yeah, it's I would think it'd still be like that weird, like, he's there, but he's also kind of like half there right now.
I'll also give you this because you're 23 history. You also remember that the bottom deck, at least of all those quote-unquote cages, it was eerily quiet.
It was quiet, so most likely it was empty, but trying to pick up prisoners from here to take back. Or they were dead or gagged. I didn't know. I didn't care.
With my experience, do I know anything about this?
He's not yelling anymore.
We'll get to you in a second, Syndra. So going with Adaria now. Adaria, with your 14, with your Cosmic Omens helping you on this one.
Thank God.
You remember that for your shipment of stuff, you were approached by shady business dealers.
Fucking of course.
However, your dear mother, even though she was not really too involved in your life, at least as far as your memories are kind of holding in and out, she did warn you not to deal with these individuals or they would make your life miserable in more ways than one. And it was one of the few times you remember she showed actual, truly genuine concern, and, well, not just genuine concern, but more of like, more than just an overprotective mother, but actual, please don't do this, I'm begging you.
Well, I guess when I was coming over as well, I was approached by, I'm going to assume the Fox, or rather shady individuals, though my mother had kind of stepped in and told me not to really deal with them because they tend not to go away. Which begs the question, why the hell does my mother know about the Red Fox or how they operate?
You remember your mother now?
I'm getting pieces here and there. There's still holes.
And now to Syndra, you remember, at least when you. Actually, just roll me a history advantage, considering that you do have a history with the Red Fox.
I think Ari would be able to too.
Yes, if Arizel wishes to do so, you may also do that as well. It will be an advantage.
Anything?
Yes.
And its history?
While you guys are continue talking, Tyrion again interrupts. Notify me at once when port is known. Party will meet upon arrival. Ed must be stopped. Any knowledge on other party members? Use caution.
This one he has to actually do disadvantage. You just said his party. Wow, what a will.
Whoa. Clerics!
But I'll get to you in a second.
Yeah, no, I mean, Tyrion does not know that. He
Yeah.
can just think inside of his head.
Yeah.
Even though he's telepathic.
Yeah, despite him getting like fucking brain blast from his mom and sister all the time.
Well, I will say this for you, Tyrion. There's a difference between how your mom.
Oh, this feels... yeah, no, I would assume totally that spells feel very different than innate telepathy.
Even this particular spell, it feels oddly soothing, or at the very least, if you want to give it a
No, I
scale
hate
of
it.
1 to 10 in pain, or at least of smacking at you, your mom is definitely the 10 above 10. Your sister probably the most gentlest of the messengers. This one's kind of like a stern father figure of
Oh my god. Papa.
overshadowing the angry
Dad
little
would be
boy.
somewhat halfway trying to seduce me, just that's how he talks. But he's dead, so we don't have
I'm
to deal with
glad
that
your dad's
anymore.
a bard.
My dad is absolutely the Bard of Dragons. That's how I wrote him.
Yes, that's exactly what he was. In fact, he's
I
in
have
Buff-
met him
has been
once. He's a
flirting with all
great
the-
guy. I
He
love
was
him.
fantastic. I love the dude, but goddamn was he a hoe.
But going with Syndra and Arizel with your history with the Red Fox, you know that they have a particular Mundi operandi.
Modus operandi.
There we
Yeah,
go.
modus
Thank you.
operandi.
Modus. Yes, thank you. Oh, and
Or MO. MO for short is a lot.
their MO is to establish a base, collect as many individuals as possible, and bring them to the highest sellers who are interested in exotic tastes, to put it lightly. And starting with Syndra, you recall when you do attack some of these ships, or at least some of the unfortunate stragglers, some of the ships are completely empty, filled with empty cages yet to be filled, but they don't really clean the cages of the previous occupants if they had sold them or disposed of them. Arizel, you recall from your history and care under the Red Fox that they have a pretense taste or their MO of collecting exotic beings such as tieflings, Azamars, certain types of elves, even humans of exotic cultures, to present them as trophies or selling highest bidder to collectors or even slave labor, depending on who's the buyer. And their main MO is to sell to the highest bidder, especially to those that have high authority.
Fantastic. Almost what she was, but then not.
Wait, what do you say now, RSL? One more time for me?
Alright, I was just saying that, like you said, she knew the MO and everything, and she herself is a void-born tiefling, so definitely not, or was anyway, she was one. Not anymore. But because of her, like, she could have been potentially sold off, but that didn't quite happen, so.
All right then.
I need to keep rolling this too. Hold on. I almost keep forgetting to roll some of these things for oh shit.
Mavis, I have a question. Then,
Yes.
since the Akra name at least has some relation, have you ever heard of the Throne of Orion? Or at least had her mentioned it?
Have I?
Roll me a history. Just flat.
Yep. God damn
Yes.
it!
I'm
Fine.
guessing it's not a nautical term, so I probably have no idea about it, right?
Nope. Unless Syndra taking time to study astronomy
Stars. Yeah.
stars to the
Only as
extent.
far as navigation. So she
Sadly,
might
no.
know constellations, but not.
Yes.
this-
You could roll me a nature, but that's about all I can give you, Syndra.
When you're fishing for an answer for something and God's like, no. God really
Mm.
doesn't want me to know.
The only thing, all right. So starting with Mavis, your memory still collecting, still gathering. It's still fragmented, or at the very least, not quite fragmented, but it's just conflicting is a better way to say it. Perhaps another time you might be able to get clearer answers. Syndra, the Throne of Orion sounds odd. In fact, you can't even think of anything close to it except for one very rare constellation that shows up once in a far off decade or so is the Orion's Belt. But even then, it doesn't really have any significance to at least your navigations.
I mean, there is an odd constellation that shows up every decade called Orion's Belt.
I believe my brother had talked about that a little bit, but I don't know if it's the same.
Well, as you say that, Adaria, can you roll me a D100?
God damn it. It's my time to shine, boys. I love these. That's a 6. Why? Why does God hate me?
Or love you.
Dude,
Okay. So, excuse me. Adaria.
Yeah.
Can you roll me a wisdom saving throw, please?
I'm about to get dick punched by God again, boys. Let's go. Please tell me Tiernan's rolling. 21. Holy hell, I forgot I'm a super high.
Okay. No need to screen. No need to screen.
I've been
change.
muted.
Oh.
I can imagine Tiernan just like walked out of the bubble and then just comes back in.
No, Tiernan, like, as soon as he realized that he could, like, this man could talk to him in the bubble, he's just been replying while he's been in the bubble. So he's been interrupting you guys just every time he needs to talk. Their souls are trapped. He uses them as puppets for his goals. We work to set them free. Your help may be integral into stopping him.
Tiernan,
Was that 25?
yes.
How's
You
that
have
It was not.
Tiernan, do you have like a mute button, or can you just think it?
I don't know. I don't know how spells work.
Alright. I love him, but I hate him.
How do you reply to
Sorry.
sending? Can I just think it, or do I need
Yes,
to... Oh!
because they literally know what on the direct answer for when you send them.
Oh, I thought I had to say it.
No, they'll have context of the exact spell, actually.
I don't
Also,
know.
he only got to the point of stopping.
Shit!
No, he'll still.
I
get
had
context
like
because of how
another
sending
sentence
works.
to say.
Sending is weird because it actually will give them context and they'll know exactly what you mean, even if you kind of fuck up the wording.
I really don't think so.
Weird. No, there is. It's literally written in sending that they will know the context.
I
of
like
what
the comical version of it.
I
Oh,
like
I
the
do too.
straight 25 version of it.
Exactly. Anyway, okay, so Adaria, with your 21 wisdom save, for a brief moment, you blinked, you see some visions of your past, or at least something of what looked to be like your brother talking.
Mhm.
You blink again, and you're back at the, conference with your travel associates.
Dude, it's just yelling.
Yeah, I
Yes.
imagine like she blinks and then like it's like muting of all the world, and then Tyrion comes back and she comes back to that.
But and since I did roll that 3, you do recall very briefly as you blink and saw that image, you see that your brother was pointing upward.
Ah, yes, the stars. God damn it.
Why is it always the stars with you?
I don't know. Maybe I was in a a cult of star people. Maybe.
I thought that was your other you. I thought you were a flower merchant.
At this point, I don't even know what I sold.
Drugs?
Probably.
You could roll me a history.
I'm gonna. Just,
I'll be a little bit more
maybe
generous.
Mavis
I'll
was one
roll
of
it
your
again.
dealers.
I don't. Fuck it. I'll just roll for the nat 20 because I just want to fish for it.
Yeah.
Well,
And Ari bought
Alright.
from you. I
For
figured
the,
it out.
for the 22, you recall that you, at least with the gardening stuff that you produce and handle, were mostly medicinal herbs.
yes, I did do drugs.
Ah, perfect. I knew it.
Some of them did help with
Yeah.
potency, helping of the vitamins and
Yeah, I
That-
remember the
that's
backstory
fine.
from what I wrote. Is basically she sold these as ways to alleviate people's stresses and whatnot. I was just making sure it coincided.
Alleviate
That's what I
stresses? That sounds like drugs to me.
wrote. No, I'm not saying she didn't sell drugs because she did, but she also sold like things to help people. That was
yes.
her whole MO.
Ah,
was
yes.
basically
And
selling.
you hired
wait.
Syndra as a courier, which also worked with Ari, and then Mavis was the one who bought from them. And I lived.
No. Go on, Syndra. What were you going to say?
Ooh, I remember now. I thought I recognized you this whole time. Your picture's the one on the flyer talking about the ED med, aren't you?
The what?
Go all night like an elf, wasn't it?
No. What the fuck?
Yes,
Wrong
horny
cell.
elfweed. I remember it now. You were standing
Miser.
there.
And she like makes the pose like, one hand like in front and the other hand like
Is it like
out.
the fucking like Vanna White pose of fucking
Yeah.
Jeopardy?
Miser, I have
Yeah,
been
except there's also
collecting
next to, like, a
flyers. Please tell me one of them is one of these.
Wait,
You sent it in the Discord? I'm waiting.
hold on. I'm looking.
I'm waiting.
Me too.
Jeebus, please.
What?
We
Wait,
said
what?
please tell me one of the. Wait, what are you talking about? For
I mean, I've been
collecting.
collecting bounty posters, but maybe one of them was one of these flyers.
Oh, so
Oh no.
Kateria, since you've been rolling so well for me, roll me a D100.
God damn it! Stop. Don't want
I
to
know.
anymore.
I'm a heartless creature, I know.
Fucking 23. End me.
Okay, so Tyrion produces a poster, and everyone quickly looks at it because this is somewhat of his second treasure hoard of bounty hunters and flyers and all that. This picture does not look at all like Adaria or dressed similar, but is definitely an elf. The other mistake that Syndra had made was it's a male.
Syndra, I think you might be a little mistaken. This was stuck to the back of one of my bounty postings.
Also, I'd like to point out that man is flatter than a board. And I don't see how you got that confused.
Yeah, she has hips for days.
Yeah, they got the elf, which Adaria and Syndra can roll me a nature. Yeah, roll me nature.
My god. Now we're getting into the weird backstory of, yes, drugs. Fuck, I don't care.
Syndra, you recorrect yourself like, okay, wait, Adaria is one of those high elves. This is a wood elf.
Oh my god.
Ha!
I love the fact that she did that, because now it's like the inverse of the racism that started this fucking campaign.
It's Miser.
Yeah. Oh wait, is it? God damn it! Miser, I hate you and I love you.
It's probably not, but it makes me laugh.
You said it's
I
a
don't
wood
know
elf.
what you guys are talking about, but I'm just crackling at
Miser Khan!
Yeah, the druggie. You said he's a wood elf.
What you took your name after, motherfucker.
It's funny. I love it.
He's a stoner back in the day, come on.
I know.
This makes way too much sense, actually.
I figured I'd do a little cameo joke of it.
I distinctly thought it was you. Maybe in
Do
a
I
different timeline.
Why does he have a mushroom in his hand?
Why is there a ghost
It's a euphemism.
behind him? Sorry.
Here, I'll even be crazy to actually put the token.
You actually? You fuck.
I guarantee he has it.
He probably does. It's in character role. I still have all mine.
There he is!
There he is!
Mmm!
Love that man.
My druggie.
Druggie turned father.
That's who you see on the poster.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't even. Where did you? No, just no.
She only has a little fur on her chin.
I don't even have any. What the fuck?
I can see it.
With what?
In the right
You
light.
realize that most elves are hairless, right? Have body hair.
I don't have any.
Well, no shit. You have scales.
Yes.
Which are like the hair of dragons.
I have a couple tentacles.
You know, some people are into that actually.
Wait, what?
I'm a blue dragon. I'm well, half blue.
Yeah, but
I don't
tentacles. I mean,
I think we're get. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Johnny kind of just waved his hand and said, like, don't mean to interrupt this, but are we straying off topic or are we...
At this point, we don't know what is off topic and what is on topic.
Hmm.
right,
Kinda
I'm
look
not actually
again.
sure.
I have been speaking with the gnome known as Wigaman. I did not even assume he was alive until moments ago. He's on his way here.
Does
Johnny
Stormfall?
blinks.
He did not specify which port. Most likely he will end up in Minzato, as it is the main port. right?
Manzado is the only main port, but he kind of looks at the papers, looks at the stuff mentioning about the Red Fox. I suspect that we have a second port that was not authorized by Lord Manzado.
Well, he has not replied to me, so I cannot tell him to find a port that goes to Manzado.
There should only
So-
be one port.
Yes,
That is-
but if he ends up on a Red Fox ship, as gestures to the rest of the table, most of us have used to get here, he may end up in the other place that I've been totally paying attention to and absolutely know where it is.
No.
Zola,
Yes.
if you were to put a port somewhere for a large vessel, what would be the other place than Nenzado?
Ports, like that one city where I go pick up my husband. Yes, let's see. She kind of looks at the map again. I suppose somewhere in the south. As she and I will drag everybody onto the map part.
And also, while we're speaking of the map, I know I have asked this before, but does anybody know of a primal of fire? And where they may reside?
I will get Zola's sheet to roll her intelligence on that one.
We'd asked that last time and she didn't know.
Oh, that's right. Well, let me see if we
Yeah,
can roll it.
that I mean, again, that's why Tyrannon just repeated himself and said he knows he's repeating himself. We may need to release that one.
I mean, given an object, I would say boiling swamps, being that it seems to have a high geothermal.
I would think where we fought the Red Knight and
That would be the
actually
other
choose the correct one.
Are we sure that's the dagger that we're going to need for that specific thing, though, that we have currently?
Are we sure about anything?
No, not
Okay.
really. We just wing it 90% of the time.
Exactly. We should wing it
The
again.
dagger I have is for a different altar, something in the boiling swamps.
Do we
Oh.
have any other daggers? Oh.
Yes,
Oh,
it was
Ari,
over here.
you have a dagger. You have several
That one's
daggers.
already been used.
But,
Yes, but the one
going
you're
back to the-
referring to-
Going real quickly, Zola points out, perhaps one of these areas here, as she... Although it's closer to the salt marshes.
Relatively close to the Emerald Star Outpost, which is also close.
What about this bay here in your territory?
That
Possibly.
is a different primal, right? That is the... As I scroll down. Agidor, right?
Yes, the masquerade.
Yes, and he is relatively lazy.
She is lazy.
So, since he does not have a strong will, if the discussion we had last time, he may need to be eliminated.
If he's not already.
I had not heard of... Well, I have not heard or seen any sort of activity for a while when I left.
That is highly unfortunate.
And as for possible bays, as you were directing near our territory, maybe, but I do not see the matriarch being willing to share territory or allowing a group to make camp there. She's been very hostile toward brigands that would pollute our bay. Only one that we never really dealt with was, of course, the primals, or powerful creatures that, well, are good at eating things without much trouble.
This area seems relatively unguarded, and it has a flow in.
It is also, my understanding, extremely dangerous from the heat.
But a ship
Yeah.
could make it, could it not? Ships do not burn
Not
easily.
theoretically. If it's
Mm.
boiling water, a ship will sink because of the changes in the density.
What if you're under the water?
Even worse.
I miss hot springs.
Theoretically, it's a theory that if you detonated an explosive under a ship, the resulting air bubble would tear a ship in half.
Is that what I
would
used to
not-
do?
Yes. Although it's more of you just kind of slap it and then just go around however you wanted to, but
Tyrann's MO is use his lightning breath under the ship and then blast straight through the middle of it, and end up on the deck with whoever survived in his kobold form.
however, again, the primals again have their own, I suppose one could say, territories. Ajagor and Floor are, well, Floor is the lazier of the two. Ajagor is just territorial.
This may be a strange question, but she may be lazy, but what about her strength of will? She seems very persuasive from what we have dealt with, but we were early in our careers.
The matriarch always warns us not to deal with her alone because of her fickle temperament.
Yes, it seems that only Adaria can deal with this one.
I would not recommend it either. If she suddenly decides that, well, elves are tastier for a treat today, she would go out of her way to eat an elf, or in some of our cases, would eat a mermaid or anyone that.
So it seems that she has a very high strength of will.
Yes, other primals would usually not want to deal with her.
But Ajagor would?
Possibly, if they were to cross paths, but they do not. Ajagor is usually here, as she then. Since his territory would be by the ruins here, but does not come out of it.
It is strange for an all-consumer to only stay in one's very small territory.
I do not know the minds of the primals, and I live here as a native.
Does anybody remember what this orange swirl is to the south of the Dread Bay Temple?
You mean that right there?
Yeah.
Brains being down.
I actually don't remember.
Yeah, neither do I.
There could
She
also
said that-
be.
I guess she said that was the farthest she had gone.
Yes. That's as far as she's went. She only knows that Abjagor is around that area because, well, she does not want to get eaten.
So we
And-
had a Judea come out of
Go for it,
that
go for it.
one shrine. And I, of course, apparently never saw Osaka, but Adaria did. And I had a dream that both of them were killed.
I mean, it is possible for primals to be killed by other primals.
What about non-primals? But people who have gained the power of a primal or the ley lines?
I do not know.
Tyrion looks pretty much directly at Ari when he says that.
Say that one more time. Sorry, you cut out a little.
He said, what about people, what about maybe not primals, but people who have either gained the power of primals or gained the power of the ley lines? Meaning you and himself.
Kind of just looks back and gives like a small shrug.
You see
Though
in the
just-
sapphire parts of him, electricity crackles.
And then just like, I mean, can't do anything, but you can kind of see the lightning on her.
I so disadvantage because this is above and beyond Zoula's usual knowledge.
Oh, absolutely. God, the only person we could talk to is Yabala for this.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
we have to like go
theoretically.
through.
Unfortunately,
Theoretically.
I know not of. Well, I do apologize, but I was never really big on the legends and myths of my tribes and others. I was more of a warrior.
Daniel, you still have that magic stone of talking really loud, don't you?
What?
The sending stone.
No, the
No.
sending stone's extra.
Oh, what did he?
I just used it,
Roll?
and so it's done for the day.
Johnny's holding it up.
Fuck!
It only, like, unless it's a
Yeah, I know.
better one than regular, it only has one use per day.
Unfortunately, that is the case. I do have a few others, but they're not on me right now. They're
We may
back
have
in
to-
Zalo.
We may need to reach out to Yabala at some point.
I'm sorry, I mean, the gnome has given us much information and will meet us soon, and he knows sending. Maybe the dwarf at the bar can use it for us.
To be
We're
quite
just like-
honest, we probably need to start heading back soon, and then south to Emerald Star with Dad's feeling about things.
I still have several more days before my tournament. I would like to enhance my abilities as fast as I can.
You also mentioned about a fire primal.
Yes,
There are rumors of a young fire primal, but I have known much information other than it goes by name of Cayenne.
Cayenne. I will remember this. Maybe the Lord of Benzado might know.
John D kind of
I
scratches
think we
his
should stay put.
his beard and is like, I don't think Lord Alminance would be too interested in creatures that would be considered rivals. Or at the very least, he
Why
doesn't
would-
seem to see them as a threat.
That would make sense, yes, but maybe one of his children would to gain favor with their father.
Tyrion, roll me history at advantage. Since your mom does give you
This
some
is
knowledge.
exactly what Tyrion does. 11!
No, it wasn't too high, but you do know that at the very least, red dragons like to boast their power by fighting things that are at least of equal or stronger status.
Exactly, that's why he doesn't give a fuck, but one of his children might.
That's why I gave you the advantage.
When we return to Benzado, I would like a meeting with the family once again. I know how stressful it was for everyone, but meeting with them might glean some more information now that we have aided them.
Let us talk to Bermadir before we do that. Okay? I mean, we have to have a talk with him anyway, because
Yes, he needs to
We
know the
figured so
situation of
that-
this city, and to know to not mess, The locals will cause problems if they are not left to their own devices.
He probably doesn't.
No, I know he does not care, but also it would cut into his profit margins if the locals were to take the city. And without the previous lord, they will.
I I don't think that's a big deal now.
Tyrion, Syndra, since you both have dragon lineage, you both know red dragons. Not only are they extremely possessive and vain, but they don't like things that besmirch their status of power. So long as their power is unquestioned, they are not going to go too far about strutting their stuff. But if something does insult their power and position, scorch earth politics.
Especially with reds.
All right. So let's see. We will now move on to the next day, unless anyone else has something to ask or do.
I've got nothing.
I got nothing either.
I'm out.
Alright.
Actually, just a general thing to just for fresh. Does anyone have a? Oh no,
Tiernan?
Does anyone have a mirror by chance? There's not one in the room, and I kind of need one to freshen up since it's been a long ass time since I've looked at myself.
Yes.
Also pulled one out.
Why the hell? Did
Ah!
you...
Oh!
Oh, Jeebus. So,
Sorry.
no, it's fine.
Kind of thought I was
Why
muted
is
for a
Tyrion
second there.
screaming?
Well,
Actually,
Tyrion
stop
can't
this
move.
telling-
For a little.
I'm going to have to take him to the fucking thing then tomorrow. But
But yes, everyone will have their long rests. Tyrion, that will affect you upon your next as you take your long rest. Everyone else, yes.
I had something, but then I left, and then I came back, and then it was not applicable anymore.
Go
Say
ahead,
it
So if I
anyway.
could just,
Say it
so if I
anyway.
could just,
Nope. Say it. Say it. Words. Words now.
Say it now.
Please.
I just wanted to know how, if Mavis remembers how she ended up on the ship, how she got here, like why she was on the ship.
Okay,
It
so
was a
this
long conversation ago.
you can roll me a history advantage.
You could just
I feel like you
message
could
me
have been
later about it.
the whole time.
What, session's over?
I just tried to watch.
Session's over?
Nope. No, it's not. I just tried to watch the stream.
Oh, yeah, no one pulls you into the VC.
Oh, dumb.
Do you want me to stream on Twitch?
Nah, that's cool.
Avis, you were with Antonio's crew, the Storm Stinger, for quite a while, which that leaves a little bit of a hole of how long you've been with them. You are a member, and kind of, in a way, quote unquote, on Zadari's faction, at least for succession. But how you actually got to join their crew, you don't remember too much, which is odd for you. But as far as you do know is that they do treat you as family.
Gotcha.
so was I able to get a mirror off of one of the two?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Ari handed over hers.
Okay, I'll take it then. Thank you.
Of course.
Babe, I'm sorry that you have my roles.
Davis, your household's just cursed. I refuse to run a.
I have cursed
one
my
button.
entire internet.
It's fine. You'll be fine. This is fine. This is good.
This
Actually.
is great.
Davis, come to my house. This is where the real roles live.
Oh.
Kidding.
That was hurtful.
but it's true though.
So I'm just
Unless you're
gonna-
rolling D100s, then you don't want to live here.
I'd like to point out that's a 1 in 400 chance,
I know.
and
it's
I've
great.
gotten more than once.
I know.
Alright, just gonna
Yeah.
move these guys out because they're gonna have their own place and stuff to do. The next day starts to roll in. Everyone that is sleeping. Let me see. Syndra,
When are we doing the? Oh shit! Do we still have to do the seance that Tiernan asked for?
Yeah.
For
Yes,
private?
that's
Oh yeah, we
actually
got to go to the.
That's today. We
because,
need to go cast a
okay.
bronze gear first, though.
Okay.
Yes.
Which is really sucks that I did not get my special thing today.
It
That's
happens.
fine.
But
Is
let's
anybody
move
sleep
quickly-
in Tyrann's in the same room as Tyrannon?
No, I think Mavis and Adaria are in the same room. I think Syndra's in her own room.
Sydra's with her
Syndra and
girlfriend.
Amara are in their own room.
The
Yes.
Tyrannon is just fucking paralyzed in his bed for an hour.
The curled up cat pose. Just sitting
Yeah,
there
the
like
curled up-
stage staring at the fucking door.
It's not the curled up cat pose. It's the frightened cat pose, and he just can't move from that, like with hairs up all on end.
It's actually more of the shocked rat pose that his hands and arms are straight upward curled,
Oh my
Tail
god, like a dead,
twisted a little
like a
bit.
dead rat.
Wiggle
Knock,
your
the door
big
slightly
toe.
opens, you watch a spider thing crawl in, and then there's just.
Speaking
It
of,
crawls back out.
1, 2, 3, 4, and we'll
Oh,
make
no.
Telepathy, bastard!
Oh boy.
one. Actually, no, let me rephrase that. So Syndra 1, Tiernan 2, then Arizel will be 3, 4, and 5. Okay, so let's roll a d10.
D10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yes.
Hey, not me.
9!
Hey, Mavis!
That is me. That is me. Fuck. Damn it.
Can
God
you
hates me.
just roll me a wisdom saving throw again?
Stop
Some
asking.
blood out of the ears.
Fuck you. 27. Get out of my head.
Fucking druids.
Okay. Well, nothing happens. You
Good.
dream,
Fuck off.
you sleep peacefully. And now for the remaining numbers. So we're moving Adaria now. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4. So
D8.
Get fucked, all you. Well, now it's Mavis.
Now it's Mavis.
yeah. Mavis, roll me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Again. Okay. Please be better than what I just.
Be part of the party!
Suffer together.
Where? Oh, don't do. There you go. Aha!
Thank God. The two wisdom saving boys. We did it.
Well, you sleep peacefully. Nothing happens in your dreams.
On that, but we won't
Thank
see.
God.
Okay.
Shoutouts to the only two people that are wisdom builds that can probably pass us.
Well, that's it for this particular evening. As time passes on, morning comes in. Tyrannon, you are paralyzed for 1 hour due to the fact you were able to control the unstable ley line energy coursing through your body. Though you can't
So,
roll me an intelligence.
I'm gonna ask, is the map accurate?
Yes.
Good, she's within range. I'm gonna make a link with Cinder when I wake up and can't move. It happened again.
You want me
Wait,
to kick
Syndra
the door
or
open?
Adaria?
Well,
Yeah,
it's
Cinder.
not locked. I need help moving.
Sure, let me get my one arm in there. She opens the door.
You just see him, literally, as Meister described, all 4 limbs straight up in the air.
Hold on, let me roll my d6 again so I have it. Still? God. Alright, so it's again additive, not subtractive.
And there is just immense energy posing through the sapphire parts of him.
Syndra, I think he's dead.
I'm not fucking dead!
You can just hear the growling. The
Yeah, I
grunting.
know.
No, it's just telepathy. Telepathy.
Yeah,
I figured.
but
Just Cinder walking
Cassandra
by.
walking in just sees the.
You want to
Wow,
pick him up? Because I sure as fuck can't with one arm.
I'm only 40 pounds.
With one arm.
You've
Yeah.
helped me before out of this.
I thought Rasputin carried you on his back.
Well, he did, but then in the morning again, you cast a fucking spell!
Let me look through my spells because I actually forget. Hold on, I have to readjust everything. Because
Alright.
I need to remember how many spells I could prepare actually. My brain's being dumb. 5.
And
plus
you do anything,
16.
Syndra, as you see Tyrion this.
She walks over there next to him, kind of pokes him a little bit.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw,
Oh,
Syndra.
no.
Oh shit!
You feel a sharp tingle, almost like a really high build-up static electricity.
Well, let's see how bad this works.
Wisdom plus my druid level. 9 plus.
Let me see how this works out. If I do it.
Wow.
Oh. Hey, another. Alright, it has been. 1, 2. It has been 2 rolls since the last 1 in 400 chance.
I'm just going to point this out. What happens is one of her Skelly boys walks in his full armor.
Is it the
And
mithril
about
armor
the
I
same
gave
time
him?
he reaches over to grab Tyranian by one of the like his leg, he reaches over and grabs Adaria.
Oh yes, let me again with one hand.
No. The Skelly boy is now a link of metal between Tyrion and Adaria.
Actually, let me just roll something.
Grounding Adaria.
Actually, Tyrion, roll me a d100.
How would that work? 'Cause,
Absolutely.
like, I guess technically I don't have any metal on me, so
46.
You know what? I'll go with it. You're
Oh, fuck.
magnetized now to the Skelly boy.
Alright, Blades pulling myself to him.
Yes.
It's not like I go I don't sleep without my weapons on me.
Yeah, no,
What?
your weapons are on you.
Now I don't have
I'm
to deal
just
with
fucking stuck to him.
them. Just walks out of the room because
This is this the one that has my old mithril plate on him?
Yeah, let's go with that.
So you just made a magnet for him. That's fun.
I think it's just hilarious. The fact that
All
he-
you hear is I hate this, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this.
I mean, it's no different than Rasputin carrying you. Except now
No,
you
it
just-
is. It very much
Yeah, because
is.
he's stuck to the to the arm.
I'm
He's
just
not like the whole
stuck to him.
It'll wear off eventually, right?
In an hour.
Yeah, you'll be fine. You'll just fall to the ground in an hour.
I mean, even
open your mouth.
No, you don't hear any of that because this is all mental.
I will make a
She
mental
can't
link to
move.
Ari. Is she leaving her room right now as they walk by?
Like literally watching as Tyrion walks away with the damn skeleton. I'm like, what the heck?
Just
This is
you,
a
you,
Skelly
you just
boy.
feel that like high pitched whine and enter your head and go, "You're the fucking lucky one."
How?
That
Jesus Christ! What? That's another one,
That-
guys.
rock I
So,
ate
so to
sometimes
everyone,
turns me into this.
so everyone that's in view, or at least within 10 feet of the skeleton, you see that the skeleton is glowing like neon colors because of the excess energy.
Is anyone with metal having their stuff pulled to it then, since he's technically a walking magnet?
Yes.
Thank God I
So
don't
then-
have metal on me. Fuck all of
Wait.
you, I guess.
That could be risky.
You just
What
feel the
would my
slight
dad
pull.
use out?
It's just a slight pull. It's not like a super magnet. It's just
Oh,
like
okay.
Oh,
I thought
was
we
gonna say, I have
literally.
a gun.
What are you talking about? This is literally an electromagnet.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like basically ley line energy making a magnet. Shouldn't it be a little bit more powerful than just a standard everyday?
Well, most of it courses through me.
True,
Yeah.
I guess.
And right
Tech-
now it's being distributed out of the skeleton. So
My God, we have made the worst out of the best, and I love it.
All right, everyone, move along.
Breakfast.
Right.
Can you even open your mouth?
No, this is all telepathy.
I know. That's what she was asking.
Sin had asked that at one point. Can you even open your mouth, Tyrion?
You feel the mental leak? No.
I'll just move all the tokens.
As Sin walks by Fia's room, she's going to
Okay.
stop and check on her.
All right, let me just move here, and I'll just move you here.
Oh, Fia can move.
Oh, whoops! I grabbed her back.
She's up and alive. The rotworms hadn't.
All right, where's my Skelly boy? This is my friend now. Hello, friend.
you
You're
ask.
stuck to me.
I imagine at the same time
Up to
about
you or
that time,
you to him?
Miley like crawls over on top of you to just start.
Take as much as you want, you little.
I
You know
don't
what?
want to drink anything.
Yeah, at this point, you have been my best friend so far. You have aided me in killing many things.
As the mistress wishes.
Literally went with you to help you get into Ed. No, I don't know her. Fuck her.
So, Syndra, you go check on Fia.
Mm-hmm.
You can roll me medicine or just straight intelligence.
I'm very upset by that D20. I don't know what it is, but it's 20. It scares me.
That was for the I
Let's
think the magnet.
see. Where's my list? Or straight what?
Straight intelligence.
Yeah, we're gonna go with intelligence. Wisdom isn't great.
Oh my
Would have
God.
been better than that.
Well, that's
Well,
what you get for the nat 20s, buddy.
Well, from what you can gather at this moment, her breathing is at least steady. She is still sleeping, but there's, at least from what you can tell, there's no risk to her life at this moment.
Sorry, what was that, Miser?
There is no risk to her life at this moment. She's just breathing steadily and still asleep.
Syndra probably... She'll pull out a piece of parchment, write a quick note on it, walk over, set it on the nightstand with the name Thea on it.
Okay.
And it basically says, when you wake up, we should talk.
All right. Roll me for that one. I will definitely need you to roll me a persuasion.
So she'll write down her name, too.
Yes. But I also need the persuasion, though. All right. We'll get back to that in a little bit.
As persuasive as always.
A
The
threat is
charisma
almost
party.
a threat is like a thinly veiled persuasion. Don't worry, one day we'll have someone with actual charisma.
When Tyrion dies.
All right. And now,
Yeah, Tyrion.
So, with
Charisma's
that,
a dump stat.
usually it is.
No, that's not. Never mind.
And-
You'll see.
Anyway,
Of
breakfast is
intimidation.
served. It's a wide variety of decent sausages, eggs.
Oh, cool. All things you
Apparently-
need to chew.
There is some oatmeal. Actually, more oatmeal than usual.
Need to chew it.
You just shove it down Tyrion's gullet.
Again, one of the the innkeeper, Silvermane, simply states, well, considering that some order is returning to Stormforge, the quality is getting better. And hopefully we'll get more decent people to come in now and not criminal organizations or cultists. You guys weren't exactly subtle when mentioning some names down here.
All part of the plan.
Sadly, subtlety is not part of our strong suit.
That's fine. Again, as long as we get some decent people and no more madness and stuff. Also, he kind of looks over to Tyrion, who's still by the... He's still paralyzed, just kind of walks over to you. Lad, are you alright there?
No.
Kind of walks over to you.
He feels that it's just that high pitched ringing before the link connects, and he just hears, no.
Right. Pauses for a moment. Goes into his pocket. And let me get his sheet.
It only lasts a little bit in the morning, so do not waste any material components on me.
You, sir.
I'm gonna be smashing the oatmeal up for Tyrion.
Excellent.
Tyrion has a very awkward version of morning wood.
I'm just gonna roll his wisdom.
Please tell me you can hear her.
Yeah, I can. It's great.
I
Yeah,
can
I
hear
can
her.
hear it just fine.
She's dying. That got her.
It's getting worse.
Yoba just goes, right. When you're ready, just prepare the gear relic or whatever it is to contact Primus. I don't think this is going to go very well, though.
Contacting
Yeah.
gods, in our experience, has never gone well.
What do you mean? They've gone mostly fine.
You usually
Did you
end up
just say
bleeding from some
contacting-
sort of orifice.
Did he just say Primus?
Yes?
You requested to talk to Primus.
Yes, why? Is that a bad idea?
Probably.
Well, he seems to be allied with us currently in our exact endeavors.
No,
Why not?
I don't believe that at all.
Why would he not want to stop the one that is messing with the natural order of things as the god of neutrality?
Last time I checked, Primus wasn't a god of neutrality, he's a god of order.
Right. And is Ed not messing with the natural order?
As in, Primus probably wants to delete everything that we are right now instead of just having things go back to normal.
No, in all
He's
honesty,
probably closer to our enemy.
in all honesty, he doesn't give a rat's ass about us unless we start messing with things.
Well, I'm
No, I
going to
mean
end
the
up
whole
with several
situation.
questions to Primus.
One I suggest.
I've already
not
paid the
mention-
dwarf. It's happening.
One I will
Not-
suggest is we shouldn't mention Sign's name, lest we will probably strike his ire as
Why would I?
he shouldn't exist anymore. Never know.
I was going to try to base my questions towards defeating Ed.
Theoretically, there is someone probably better to contact.
Who is that?
Mistra.
Should you contact who is Mistra?
The goddess of magic.
Oh,
Darren, and you would definitely have heard the name at least once or twice before from your sister.
yeah, that's why I kind of did. I didn't wait for you to tell me to roll because yes, I've probably heard of him. B, kind of didn't care. Should you
True.
tell the dwarf that we would like to contact that one instead? And maybe you do it instead of me talking to something? I mean, Adaria talks to gods on a fucking daily basis, so maybe she should talk to them. Usually ends up bleeding out of somewhere, though.
Joba, again, he's not working so much this morning, but it's also that he can hear well enough, and he'll just say, I will let you know I only got enough strength to cast that one particular spell once, so make it count.
All right, let's think about this then. Let's list the pros and the cons.
We've
Mistra-
already seen one of Primus's minions.
But we may
Yes.
be hunted for all eternity.
If we are in fact paradoxes, Primus probably just wants to smack us all down, delete us, and go back to his happy existence of not this whole problem. Theoretically. On the other hand, you might actually be onto something,
Well, we are trying to destroy the root of his problem.
but we are dealing with a situation where, if I understand how that god functions, we're dealing with a god that's probably not as flexible and how do I put it? Might not think outside the box. Which may be actually why this entire situation is constantly happening, is his own failures.
Well, if Mistra is goddess of the weave, does she not live in her own magical box?
Mistra is one of the ones who put the rules of magic into effect. It maintains the weave, it maintains its ability, but she is also somebody who allows a certain power that goes outside of the weave, which means she understands magic beyond all things. Theoretically, we're dealing with a wizard who is starting to step outside of the laws of the weave. Therefore, she's either going to be against us, completely doesn't care, or views it as a complete affront to everything she is. So, theoretically, if we have 3 questions, that's the problem. Who would it be better to ask 3 questions of, and what 3 questions?
I don't know. I just thought it would be a
I
good idea
mean-
to speak to a god of that level.
What kind of answers are we expecting to get?
I don't know. You think I put much thought into this? I just acted.
Alright, alright. Go ask what kind of answers we can get.
He
Realize you can't
the
move.
eyes move down to his body. I fucking can't.
You have like what, about 20 minutes before that wears off?
How about here? And you hear the disconnect sound pretty much, and then
Yeah.
and then Silver Spirit, or whatever the fuck his name is, here's the disconnect sound. What kind of answers can we expect from these beings?
As you ask Joba about this, let me just get his knowledge.
Completely out of the fucking blue.
Oh wait, why did he has? Oh, he had guidance here. Get rid of that. He doesn't have guidance right now. 12. Actually, let me roll that. And that's for Primus, and this is for Mistra. He has 2 different ones. Okay. That's probably the sign that things are gonna go really bad soon. So he pauses. Primus, I don't know much about, since apparently he is a lawful, neutral, a very inflexible being, and again, I'm not a construct or warforged, so I don't really have any reason to deal with a mechanical god. Mistra, a little bit more so, but she handles the weave. The spell that I'm going to use is known as Commune, so you're not going to get too many answers or details. You have a minute to ask 3 questions. The questions will be mostly yes or no, or perhaps a few syllables at best. And if I were to keep casting it over and over again, the difficulty to make that contact is higher. And there's also a higher chance of actually irritating said deity or proxy. So you're not always guaranteed to speak to the deity directly. You might just talk to a proxy or a herald.
And connection cut, connection open. He relays that all to Syndra.
He said this out loud, actually.
Oh, okay.
He's just over here handling the things, and he's just talking loud enough for you all to hear it. Everybody else not really caring because they're not really worried about it. They got their own daily worries and not have to go pray to crazy gods and goddesses that are not part of their scope of interest or religion. As Joba adds again, concerned that I mostly am a follower of Moradin, there might be some difficulties. Well, not with Mistra, but with Primus probably. So, depending on which one you want to talk to, I suggest you bring me a relic of one of those two, or something of a symbol that represents them. This would make it easier, or at least lessen the difficulty for me. And I already have a small supply of holy water.
So we got 3 yes and no questions. They may or may not. We already have a stack against us if we're going for Primus. A better chance for Mistra. I don't think contacting Moradin would probably help us any. In this case. So, theoretically, what 3 questions that are yes or no answers would be viable?
Walks over, places more food and drinks, varying from alcohol to simple milk and water.
Thank you.
Tyrion stares at the white water like, what the fuck is that?
Milk. For bones. Looks over to some of you, which I think some of you might need.
Lactose intolerance.
Ah.
Can it also regrow arms? She kind of wiggles the nub because technically she still didn't get the Orichalcum arm yet.
Bomia showed up a little earlier. Said that something is waiting for you. You are the nub.
Well, we'll probably head on our way out once he can actually move his lips and feet and literally everything.
I think he's able to move now. Kinda.
He just keeps hearing, wiggle your big toe.
Wait, is he saying that out loud?
No, he's thinking that, but he's also transferring that through the telepathy.
You see Binge just quietly eating his food. Looks at all of you, is like, talking to gods, that's...
I still haven't had my brain blown out.
I mean, there's been enough blood to imagine that half of it is gone.
Yes, I saw that.
Oh, that was 1. That wasn't counting the other 5.
Oh, fuck! Get off of me! Grabs the nearest sausage and eats it.
It's tasty. A little salty.
Perfect. The saltwater being.
And
Gonna say
then
that's just turned in a nutshell. You don't have to describe the sausage like that.
Don't sell sausages like, dude.
Tyrion is a sausage.
He is a water
Still-
sausage, or the sausage of the sea, as they're called.
Joba again applying some food and other stuff just adds. Right. So whenever you're all ready, just contact me or tell me and we'll find a open space that will not require damage to the inn. Last thing I need is for some crazy herald to come coming over or something. And if we are contacting Primus, I would like to not have my inn blown up by some angry Modron squadron or other things that follow the machine god.
Sindra, you seem to have some ideas that of contacting a god. Which one do you believe would be the best? It sounds
very
like you wanted
odd.
to contact Mistra instead of Primus.
I have 3 questions for Mistra. But I don't know necessarily if they're going to be as effective.
The only reason Primus was in my head is because it seems that Ed is diametrically opposed to him.
No, I think he's just fighting against it just as much as he is everything else. Primus usually only gets into affairs if it's multiple timelines, fuckery with everything, and just
Correct,
the
correct,
risk of the universe falling apart.
correct. That is all 3.
Not wrong.
But that's the problem, though. Primus tends to, in the history books, just be a god that would rather eliminate the problem than fix it.
We would like to
Also-
eliminate the problem.
The problem is the problem can be an entire 200 years of its history that he just eliminates.
I'm okay with that.
You're okay with not existing?
I'm 300 years old.
No, I mean, he would... Never mind. How would you like to have ceased to exist at 100 years?
That would be a waste of a being. What only lives for 100 years?
Most normal people, actually.
I wouldn't call that normal.
Humans, mostly.
They breed like chickens.
That's why they live so long. Short time. Natural selection and all that.
Please tell me Popeye pops out of the pack when he says chickens.
Yeah.
That's why I say
There's
chickens.
a pair of glowing blue eyes coming out of the pouch or the backpack.
Okay.
Just looks at you all. Looks at the food of the breakfast. Hops out and starts pecking at some of the scrambled eggs.
You just you turn and look at the rest of you like, is that cannibalism?
Yeah, Syndra's even looking at like, huh.
Yikes.
Popeye just stares at you all. Looks over to Adaria.
Don't look at me. Still not talking to you. She's not going to talk to that fucking chicken.
And after the stats she got, yes, I understand.
Told you she's not doing it purely out of spite.
I'm just gonna roll something for Popeye.
Tyrion like rolls his neck and you hear like 6 pops like ah.
Is that normal?
Just whenever the issue happens, every bone in my body, and he just like rolls both of his shoulders and you hear 2 large pops. Gets stiff.
That being said, well, Adaria, you do know what you need to get, or at least
Yeet.
your next destination. Anyone else, as breakfast will be concluded, and we'll move on to.
I'm ready.
Sandra, we
Right.
still haven't decided which god, and we need to go to the blacksmith to forge the fucking symbol, so what are we making?
Well, actually, I already have a symbol if you want to contact Mistra, but that's
Fantastic. And he walks away. I need to finish my fucking armor.
Okay.
Am I the one handling that? I guess.
Probably, unless you want me to talk to the god of magic.
So we'll just do a quick speed of it. As Tyrion, you head off to the forge. Had to change this to the proper forge, and it's not just a bunch of guns out there.
I want the gun.
We like
Why
the
is she no
guns.
go gun?
Dwarf make
Bring
gun.
back gun.
This happens in Ogre Cause.
My God.
Oh, she's not a gun expert. She likes making weapons and gear and armor. But anyway,
Armor.
yeah, especially considering you need a hand. So
I don't know if that's pretty or all right though, but who knows?
oh,
This is just like multi-layered puns, and I hate all of them.
On you.
it's on you indeed. All right, so as you enter with so Adaria and Tyrion, does anyone else go with Mavis? I don't know. I kind of just left the tokens there because it's just going speed.
Yeah, I could just be there.
I'd
For
just be
moral
chilling
support.
though.
Okay, move this back a little bit. There we go. So again, Lamia just kind of tosses you an arm, literally, at you, Adaria.
Do I have to catch it?
Yes, dexterity. Or
Save and
dexterity.
throw or just flat?
Just flat dexterity.
Oh, I'm gonna fuck this up. Wow.
Nah, you got it.
You know what's funny too? It's technically with my face shield, I do have that alert feat baked in, so that actually makes sense.
Like, there you go. Managed to craft the wood and the extra special metal into it.
Damn.
Oh, I need to actually readjust it into your nub. So this is going to hurt a little bit as she forces you to sit down.
Oh, it couldn't be that bad. I've dealt with other
Constitution
things.
saving throw. As she
Shit.
attaches the nerve endings into your nub.
Like I said, it's probably not going to be that bad. Never mind.
Okay. You take 11 points of piercing
I don't
damage.
remember which one it was.
It was your left arm.
Yeah, that's why I said
Oh,
she'd be
that
all
was the
right.
right arm.
Oh, it was the right arm? Yes. All right.
Well,
But you
You have
do.
two left arms now.
Thank you for the pun, buddy. Really, thank you for that pun. I'm gonna
you're
cry.
welcome.
I'm gonna go cry in a corner now.
I actually felt that.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
But
Are you really?
No, not at all.
No, I didn't think so.
I was thinking of the Futurama Zoidberg thing, but anyway. Yeah, so you hear the tss, and then something piercing into the nub of your missing arm. And for a brief moment, besides taking the 11 points of piercing damage,
Mhm.
it feels like your veins or something is connecting that stub of an arm of yours to the prosthetic. And the weird feeling is stretching from that nub into the prosthetic arm. And eventually you start feeling movement with the hand.
At least it functioned like an arm.
Well,
Do
yes,
appreciate-
that's exactly what the extra metal was made for, apparently.
Do appreciate that.
I suppose, but still, it's definitely a weird properties that metal is, so I suggest you be careful with that. As she gives you a glove that goes up to the bicep. Yeah, you can use that to cover it.
Yeah, I guess she'll just throw it over then.
Right, now before I work on the other prosthetic arms and legs that other people need, you need. I'll help you with finishing up that armor of yours. Then she looks over to you, Mavis. And you'll ask, do you need any of the particular gear or weaponry? I can at least do something.
Maybe an upgrade to a crossbow and possible bolts.
What he said.
Alright, pass them to me. I'll have them ready by either the end of the day or tomorrow. As she holds her hand out in expectation.
It's gonna be reluctant, but she's going to hand him over.
Smart choice. I'll give you the bill later.
I'll handle it.
She places it to the side and then puts a small blue tag on top of it, or at least like it looks like a little totem, and places it right there. Yeah, that to remind me to handle it today. Right, now for your armor, as she walks and works with you with the armor, and since we're going with short on time and all of that kind of stuff. And I already showed it before, but you eventually were able to craft this armor. And it's light. Right. Is there anything else before the end of the day?
Back to normal.
You see normal as is.
I hated the metal armor.
Most dwarves would kill to have that sort of armor.
I'm not a dwarf.
I know.
If it's
Still.
not something I can kill, I don't want to wear it.
You see some of the battle ragers. Right, I'll have this crossbow ready for you probably later in the evening. You shall head out for your, well, time and whatnot.
Thank you.
Would any of these help? In turn, is going to take out some of the anomaly teeth.
I can use some of those for arrows.
And then he's going to take out those weird orange rocks. What about these? What are these?
Let me get to her sheet now.
Tiernan, you don't have to.
I don't have to, but you've kept us alive.
We still have that one rock.
The magma rock?
That's mine.
Yeah, Tiernan's not giving that up.
Ternan's like, this is my heat source when we go.
This is my.
You go to
sleeping
anywhere
spot.
cold, Tiernan uses that shit.
While he's doing that, Mavis is going to take out the sapphire and emerald that she has and gives it to Tiernan.
Thank you.
Ooh.
How much are they worth?
25 each. Gold.
Right. Not gonna say no to that shit.
He likes gems.
He's a nerd.
Speaking of, Mavis, had you looked into your book as of late?
Oh no.
No, I was making pizza!
Take your time,
Mavis,
then.
meanwhile, making pizza like.
Oh, I have to close out and then reopen it. Book. Okay. It still has the same as last time.
Oh, it didn't save. Hold on.
Okay.
I am
Same
now
stuff.
completely resistant to lightning and thunder damage.
Congratulations. Now what? now we just fight Ed only with thunder.
As long as he only casts lightning bolt or shatter, we're good.
Man, I would hate for Ed to cast literally any other spell.
I'm resistant to
Fuck,
cold and
like
psychic now
that
too.
one that he knows called disintegrate.
Yeah,
I'm not
you've never
resistant
used
to
that.
necrotic. Or is that force?
That's force.
Or there you go. So it did. Now it should update. I don't know why it didn't before.
I gotta look at the book. Hold on. Now
Did I
I'm
just hear
afraid.
white noise in the background? Oh. Anyway,
Forgetting it's in treasures. Why is it always at the bottom?
because that's where all the updates are.
I will show the book to Adaria. There's more.
Perhaps I did due to someone wanting my secret. I do not know the secret. However, that. I guess I'll. Wait. What secrets? Fuck. I don't want to ask anything. I have an idea though. Here's a weird question. Hold on. Gotta reset the music. My brain is going off. Was there? I'm trying to remember. What exactly were we told during when we were in the Mycelian city, like way back when? I'm trying to remember exactly what the elder had said to us. Something about along the same lines. This is like super far back.
I know. I gotta go back to my notes for that.
This is how my Mariner confuses the DM. Quick, now while he's wounded, take out his niece.
Let me see. I think I had it somewhere here on 24. Or was it 20? Okay, no, that's further back then because you went to the Demon Web in 23.5. Cult of Serpents. Here we go.
Sorry for making you search for this. It was just something that came up when I was thinking,
Oh,
Or I
yes,
might just be misremembering because it's been too long.
it might have been no. It might be a misremembering, but the let me get to her sheet too, because there's also something I have to make sure I'm not gonna just give you misinformation.
Miser reveals the whole plot on accident.
I had done it before by accident. I will not lie. Let's see, where are you? There you go. Yeah, Gionado. So, all right. She mentioned that, or at least told you guys, memory-wise, was not related to anything hyper special. It was just that she wants to remain neutral and not risk any of her trading relationship with the other tribes.
Okay. Huh. Okay, that's not really important then.
Well, if you think about it, keeping trading relationships above all else, and why she wanted you guys to leave the village when the Venahan were pursuing you should be something to think about too.
Yeah, it's not the information I was fishing for though.
I gotcha.
So remind me again, why, if all of the entries are from different time timelines?
Allegedly.
Then why should it affect us?
Think of them as roadmaps on what to avoid or what can be helped if we ask the right questions.
They could be possible outcomes for our predicaments.
Then why isn't my book?
I don't know. There are possibly multiple Mavises in different timelines. Experiences the things we are experiencing.
I gave myself my own name.
Correct?
So do you think the other Mavises have different names?
That is possible, but also if you gave yourself your name, would you give yourself the same name in other timelines?
Well, in other timelines, I might have parents.
Yes, but would those timelines be experiencing the same things we are?
I don't know.
It's all a series of events that we deal with. The problem is figuring out which ones lead us to the correct path.
Um,
And I believe that will be your job as the
Wait.
holder of the book.
can I roll a nature on the dust?
Oh, great.
Which particular dust?
On the book that it says there are teardrops and dust.
Oh yeah, sure.
I just want to see if something. Just for my own sake of curiosity. Holy shit.
It's ash, really.
Okay, yeah. That's what I kind of figured, but. So is the page itself singed, or is it just dust on the ash on the page?
It's singed. It's singed.
Huh.
To give the paper a more description, it seems like somebody was writing this in tears and frustration.
Yeah.
I wish the book had instructions.
Oh. I can't word today. Trust me, if we had instructions for any of this, we wouldn't be asking all these questions and going around in circles. Tiernan just doesn't and just kind of goes with the flow at this point.
I've stopped asking questions. It seems all preordained, so I'm just dealing with it and killing the things that are in front of me. Why are you looking at me like that?
As you say that, Tyrion, let us shift gears to Syndra and Arizel, since the group is currently, since these three are currently out to get their gear. You do see, and let me just this here. You do see coming down from the stairs very weakly the familiar individual that you saved. Looking very skittish.
Syndra will wave her over and push a chair to the side. Oh, invitingly open.
She makes her way, but she tries to sit in a spot where she is not too close to others at the moment.
Don't worry, I'm not them. None of us are them.
I thank you, but I do not feel comfortable being around people at this moment.
None of
I
us did.
still
as far
hear
as-
their laughter, the jeering, and the worms. You mentioned something about talking. I will try to speak on what I know.
Thank you. It's Fia, right?
Yes, Fia Greaves.
Syndra stands up as she looks over at Amarna and Ari and Boreos. As she kind of takes off the coat, kind of rolls down the shirt down her back and turns with her hair to show her. And I imagine Amarna's not doing exactly the same, but is showing, the wounds she has. And it's kind of a thing, at the crew where it's like, you're among friends here that understand.
Well,
So Cinna's showing her scars.
Ari
Well,
picks up on it and does the same.
As I said, nothing will happen here. So please feel free to be comfortable. Some of us know far more about the Red Fox's hands than they will ever want to mention.
You can all visibly see her shudder and look of fear, and it doesn't take any rolls or perception for this, but you can clearly see that she's looking elsewhere. It's not at you guys, but her eyes become slightly vacant and distant. And she just simply says, I still
This table's
feel
just as ready to kill as Red Fox could.
I still feel the worms crawling
I hear that's a problem.
and the drugs. No matter how much anesthesia and other things they had pumped into me, I still felt the worms.
Yes, I've heard that's how it is with those. I'm willing to help you get back to Rashakan. Granted, I'm curious as to how you made it all the way up here.
Taken, kidnapped, used as bargaining piece to keep Lord Ludwig under wraps. He intended to inform Lord Ominence about infestation.
The Red Fox or of the Cult of the Stars?
As you mentioned Cult of the Stars, her eyes look right at you and they just will look like a cat that's on full alert now.
Syndra's actually not looking directly at her on purpose.
No, to those that are looking, you can see that she's looking right at Syndra. There is definitely a look of shock and bewilderment of, how did you know? Then she'll...
Two things. I mean, there was an entire record about you, nothing about what you said. Only about what they intended to do.
I see you were the ones that saved me. I can barely remember much except the pain and the worms. I still feel the worms.
There may be a way to fix that, but it will come at a cost. But that's not for me and you. I don't have that ability. Nor would I ever take it. But I'm sure somebody. She motions towards the dwarf. There are other spellcasters who may be able to modify memory. At least take that pain away.
She looks around. If it can help. But I do worry about the condition of Rashagan and the... She starts having a coughing fit. Pauses to catch a breath. And she will reach for a glass of water, looks at it. There is this look of trepidation to drink the water.
I don't drink water myself, but I trust the dwarf.
Double 18s. Nice. All right. She drinks the water. First one cup, and then a second one. She lets out a breath. And to those that are watching, the innkeeper, Silvermane looks like he's ready to bring her a plate, but there's definitely a look of hesitation. Looks over to you all, looks to her, looks to Dr. Midnight, who he's currently just watching very carefully at Via's condition.
Cinder motions for him to bring it to her.
He moves.
Directly to bring it to Sin.
Places a plate of simple breakfast, nothing heavy like you guys were eating, something more of the rice porridge and oatmeal, some stuff that are very light. And you'll just simply speak in a low tone. I know not what the lady went through, but unfortunately, modifying someone's memories is against my particular beliefs, and my abilities, sadly.
It's against mine, which is why I don't know it. Cinder grabs the plate, very slowly steps up, and she keeps a distance and extends it out. And the whole during this, she locks eyes with her finally, and her expression's really rather neutral. Probably the most caring that any of the crew members have ever seen, but they've all seen this face.
So, Sindra, as you're looking at this particular individual, Fia, she looks at the food, looks at you right in the eyes, and wow, fanfare outside with the traffic. Anyway, you do see that her eyes look more feline looking, as now you notice that the irises look like slits, or perhaps serpentine. You're not sure. But the hands go to the plate and very carefully grab the part of the plate that are farthest away from your hands. as she is intentionally avoiding touching you. And very slowly just moves around and places the plate in front of her on the table.
Been very careful. It's just very. It's not a, it's slow, but there's no quick movements to it. She sits back down. So they were using you as leverage against Ludwig, and I'm guessing Adia as well.
Yes, the madam is kind, but she is desperate for saving her sister that is in a cult.
I am curious about Adia's other goals. I know the one about the cult and the sister. He approached us at Elmwood Star.
I am not privy of her agenda or her goals other than any other lady of or madame of high standing to gain position and power. But she at least treats and protects us as best she can.
What is the Red Fox's goals with Rashakan? Or do you know?
I need to roll her memory for history, which, let me get the dice roll. She has a +2. I just didn't finish the character sheet. Ah, she remembers. I recall some of their banter not well due to the drugs and things they did to me, but they plan to make it a paradise of sin, at least from what the individual called Eric said. Though there was mention of needing to remove obstacles, and Milord Ludwig and Madame Adia are among the problems to remove.
Hmm. Outside of that, I guess the question is the Red Fox and the Cult of the Stars working together to take over Rashakan, or are they still at odds?
I do not know, but I suspect that they want complete control and will not brook any equals or servants that have will. She very shakingly eats, well, the oatmeal with a shaking spoon.
Sin kind of leans back. John D,
Aye.
sorry to bother you in the morning, but how quick could you get a message to Ludwig in Rashakan?
It shouldn't take me too long if you don't need the sending stone. And I've met Lord Ludwig. He's one of the aristocrats that Lord Ominence appointed to keep an eye on Rashakan.
Make it Ominence level speed. That I think we need to tell Mr. Ludwig that Fia is not dead, but we need to make it in a way that he knows the truth and that he needs to pretend that she is.
Well, if you need me to do a subserver sort of message, shouldn't be too difficult. Any particular wordings you need me to add or use?
Like I said, John D, I'm trusting you to know. You know, if you've met him, if he knows you and can trust you, to let him know that she's alive, where she is, but that he's going to hear rumors that she's not, and he needs to pretend and play along until we can get there, or some other thing, you know, until we can assist with his infestation.
Since he's a particular background, he has advantage on this particular thing to do.
That's why she trusts him. Like,
Yep.
Johnny, you know what to do.
Right. Just give it a few more hours. The stone should be ready to be used.
Thank you, John D.
Though, I will say this, remembering Ludwig's particular mindset, I'm pretty sure he would want more than just my word. So,
That's why I was hoping he would be able to trust you. Or do you think... Actually...
it's more of a, if a man is in love or cares about someone deeply, they're not going to be settled or satisfied with just the words. Speaking from experience.
Well, if I recall how sending works... She looks over at Via. Do you think you could handle a similar message?
She needs to roll for that. And this is her will. I do not know if I can keep my composure.
Understandable. Let me ask then this. And she pulls out a piece of paper and a pen, kind of walks over the same distance, hands it out. What would be something that between you and him, and it's something simple, you know, something that could be conveyed in 1 or 2 words, maybe 5 at most, would be something only you and Ludwig would know?
Very carefully, she goes, plucks the paper from you, and again tries to take the writing utensil while not touching you at all.
And
Begins
Sin's
to
doing
write.
this, very distant. Like she's dealt with this shit before.
Yes, this one you can definitely feel like is even more skittish than previous ones. In fact, it's a miracle she has not run out the inn or started screaming and
I'm just gonna throw
tirade
this.
in fear.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw this out for like the weird thing. Ari and Amarna and all them know. Sin has a weird, like 90% of the time she's crazy, but if they're children, she has this like very gentle but very direct way with them. So in like this case, when she holds the pen out, she's holding it like very, very tip of it kind of thing,
She just writes down 3 words.
Sins holds out her hand. That'll work great. That way he knows you're fine. And he can play along.
That's something he would know.
Yes. And that's the point. That way again, he knows that you're safe. And we can kill a whole bunch of red fox when it's time.
You see for the briefest of moments, again, the slight slits of the eyes, but I'm just going to roll this one more time. It's very notable fangs briefly come out, but then she returns from this brief moment of ferocity to a meekness and just huddles back to eating her porridge now.
Alfia, if you can think of anything else. Or if you need someone to talk to.
I wish to see Ludwig again.
Yeah. We will be departing for Menzado soon, and then heading south to Emerald Star. After that, we will head over to Rashakan unless something major comes up.
There's a slow nod, but she's not looking at anyone, just more leaning toward her porridge. Acceptable. And as she says this, Team Ford immediately returns to your through the inn front door. Boom.
Well, that was fun. Only hit a little bit. Also, I think, actually, can I roll a strength just to see if I, like, fuck up the door? Because I'm still kind of getting used to this arm. Just for the lulz.
Sure.
Alright, let me just, Why? Let's fucking swing the door open.
The door swings wildly open, and you just hear the innkeeper, Joba, just goes, "If you damage the door, I'm not going to give you any specialty fees or services. You're going to pay for it."
Oh, sorry.
Ha!
Sorry.
Told ya.
Testing this new arm out.
And as you do that, Syndra, Arizel, everyone else on the table, you see how quickly Fee immediately goes from her sitting position at this spot to the other side and just kind of watches the rest of the opening door with, well, very much a alert mannerisms.
Oh, she's alive.
Oh my god.
Don't yell at her.
Not yelling. That's how I talk.
He's just loudly vocalizing.
I can yell if you want me to.
I would prefer you don't.
Just
Oh.
be sure
It's
to
too
be
early
nice.
in the morning for that shit.
It's like
Like in
2.
midday. Yeah.
Exactly.
You're like the person that says it's too early in the morning for alcohol and then just starts drinking at 7 a.m.
You see Smee and Dr. Midnight just starting to play cards with each other right now.
I imagine just like, oh,
And then Smee just looks over to Binge. Do you want to join?
come on, bitch.
Why not?
Oh, God.
Sarah just like walks up and sits next to Armand and goes, "Hi."
Have they never
Okay.
interacted?
No, not at all.
That's hilarious. Great.
Yes, we were just getting some information from Miss Fia here.
Oh,
Let her rest for now. She went through a lot.
oh, maybe she should talk to Arcanos. He's gone through probably just as much.
Yes. That being said, have you all finished your objectives while the captain is, I suppose, speaking with the innkeeper for whichever they need to deal with that
Yep.
talking to gods?
Armor is all finished, and now I don't have to talk to the god, which is fantastic. Because I was probably going to piss them off somehow. Usually what happens
So-
when I talk to beings of any
Question,
nature.
Isaac. Just out of my general curiosity, because I didn't ask. Is the sleeve she gave me like magical where it makes my arm just look like a normal arm kind of thing?
No, she just gave you a leather glove.
Oh, all right. So it's more like a just bracer that just goes up my arm, basically.
Yeah, it's just one of those
Well, not
long,
bracer.
one of those long arm gloves.
Okay, yeah.
She's stuck
I can't believe I'm a fucking Adaria's slowly becoming a fucking 2000 scene kid. Now I just need a fucking stockings and then we're there.
Yep, it's just an arm stocking.
Yeah, no problem.
Yep. John D takes the paper, nods, starts working with the messaging stone, which Sindra, you see he pulls out a more crimson looking one that's very familiar.
Yep. And then she walks over to the barkeep. So
Aye. So you're prepared already, or are your friends gonna be messing around before another? Well, we get this over with, I suppose.
I have 2 spell books, which I can't think of any better within Mistra. And probably better if it's. Well, just out of curiosity, am I the one talking to her, or are you going to be mediating between it?
Normally, a commune would be I'd be talking to my patron god or a proxy. Usually. However, in this particular case, I'll be acting as you say, medium. You'll be asking the questions, and I suppose I will be temporarily a door path, which is why we need a somewhat more open space in the event that said messenger does not want to use me as a middleman to talk with. There's also the chance that the spell will fail since it's not my direct deity that I speak with.
Yes, I understand that. I just don't think Moradin would really. I mean, honestly, do you think Moradin would? It seems complicated.
Think of it this way, I am asking my god Moradin to patch me in to speak to another god.
Then let's hope Mistra's open to talk.
Or if they actually make the connection to talk. Not exactly a perfect science, well, spell work way.
Understandable.
Alright. Let's go out the outside alley. At least that way, whatever goes wrong, it can be dealt with outside. And let me switch scenes for everybody, or who else is coming along with, as he says, I'm going to perform that commune.
I mean, I might as well because I've fucked with enough gods to see if this goes south. At least I
Tyrion,
get to see the shit from another way.
yeah, Tyrion will follow.
All right.
Mavis is going because she wants to know. She's just interested and curious. So.
Perfectly fine.
I've seen enough of these shit shows go south from my without my perspective, so I want to see it the other way now.
All right. There should be enough space and away from my inn.
Sin
Right.
unclips her
Put your token
spell
down.
book.
No.
No, that's why. That's why I yelled. Where am I? I couldn't find myself
Oh.
in the list.
Yeah, you're all here.
We're all trying to find ourselves. It's just the
All right.
journey of life.
Be sure to have your 3 questions prepared. It will take me a minute to cast this ritual.
Sin like takes both of the spell books she has, hers and the one from before that they found in the temple.
That's a
Hands
scary
them to
looking
him.
book there, but all right.
We are dealing with Mistra. It's all about the magic.
Yes, some with less scruples than others. Very well, let's begin.
Did I mention my great grandfather's a dragon?
I'd rather not know. So he begins to prepare his commune spell. And Syndra, please roll me a D100. And please don't go below 25. You lucky.
Son
You know
of a
I'd roll a
bitch.
26 if I could.
Either these aren't my dice. He can actually roll them. For
I know.
D100.
All right, all right. That's a D100. So let's see. I'm just gonna roll this now. 3. Who's on 3 of Mistra's little court? Oh. Wow, I didn't have anyone prepared for that court, but I do have the other one. All right, so all of you see Joba's eyes go completely white, and you do see a image floating behind him, or looks like a shadow of an image. And 1 minute begins.
Okay. Syndra. Is Ed Matthias Dominguez Carsus?
How was she? Okay. No, this is just DM pausing for a moment to answer this properly. Not exactly.
Okay, it's the Moon Tear Flower, right? That's the name of it.
Let me pull it up just to make sure. Cause item. Yeah, moon tier flower.
Actually, let me rephrase that answer again because that was too vague. The answer would, or at least the shadow of Mistra, or at least this vestige of her, what her actual answer would be, they share blood.
Okay.
That's the actual answer because it has to be as accurate, or at least in some way.
So Syndra studied together. There is a potion made from the Moon Tear Flower which binds all Earth souls together.
Will it bind all of the souls across multiple paradoxes into one singular soul in an instance?
Roll me a perception, Syndra, or insight. Your choice. I'll give you one of those two.
Yay.
You sense a dark pressure coming from this particular vestige, and in fact, Joba looks a little being worn out a little bit, and you just hear the words, "Tread carefully."
Then takes a deep breath. Will Mistra give me the spellfire if it means beating Ed and stopping this?
You already have it. And with that, the vestige disappears. And Joba, I'm sorry, buddy. She was not your god. Oh dear. Hold on, I need to roll him a con save. Yep. He's got a point of exhaustion now. As he actually falls to his knee and just says, "Ugh. Okay, not doing that again. Ever." But did you get your answers, since I blacked out a little bit?
Yes and no.
No, that wasn't supposed to happen.
But I want you to know you've at least probably saved this iteration of reality.
The hell is a spellfire? 'Cause I don't think she explained that to us.
Syndra has never even mentioned it before.
Yeah, that's why I'm confused.
Mr. New. Actually, Syndra, could you roll me an insight at advantage, because you did use that particular term?
Oh.
It wasn't too high either, but you feel like you probably just stepped on some toes here.
The fact is, Sin now understands what's going on. So, that puts her in a totally different thing, as she kind of has like a very smug smile on her face right now.
You look smug. Can you explain to the rest of us what the fuck is going on?
I told you you needed to trust me.
Right, and I'm waiting for the explanation.
I'll just put it this way. It means we can win.
Neat. Where are we going?
I'm going back to the inn. This has probably been the worst commune I ever had. Pardon me. I'm gonna go get a drink. I shall meet you all back at the inn.
If it makes you feel any better, I've been within 50 feet of Orcus.
I met Bahamut.
I am very jealous of you all now, because I would like to share drinks with Moradin.
I also met Bahamut. I also met the Fading Dragon. I met a god beyond the realm. I have a list, actually.
I see that
You've only
Sovereignty does not
talked
work
to
with
some
you
of
all.
those, alright?
I
As we're like
probably
walking
work
back
with
into
any
the
of you. I
bar.
do not wish to be hearing these things of dangers and all. I like to work on my inn.
I love how it's like a laundry list of like, oh, I talked to one god. Here, let me give you our list.
I would mention Sindra is like helping him if he needs it. Like the
Yeah,
armor
he,
we're
he
carrying.
he's a pretty strong dwarf in his own right. He rolled really low on his con because he had to talk to a god that was not his direct god. He was like, Morden, yes, I need to phone Mistra. No, it's nothing like that.
I have a collect call, please.
I'm
For
doing
Mr.
I'm
on
doing this.
dial-up.
No, this is how it was for like the brief moment when he was doing the ritual. It was like, yes, look, I'm just trying to talk to Mistra for another person who doesn't have any. No, it's yeah, she's a spellcast. She's a wizard. Yes.
No, I'm not changing faiths. No.
I'm not changing things. I'm just
No,
gonna.
I would not like to.
Oh, that would
donate
have
to
been
your
that would have been
cause.
so much
I'm not
worse
dumping you,
if he was trying to fucking get Morden to speak for Tyrion. He has no idea what magic is. He doesn't care. He says he's a dragon, but he actually looks like a kobold. I'm not sure what's going on.
Me every
Oh, yeah.
time.
That was basically his entire rituals to make sure that he assures more that he is not changing his fate. He is just trying to do a collect call to another god, to this other person that doesn't know nothing about it.
Yeah, 811, could you direct me to?
But he kind of just goes like, and then he just adds this whole, I see subtly doesn't work on you all. I do not want to know about world-ending events. I'm just going to run an inn in honor of Moradin. That's all.
I
Kinda
like
just-
you.
I
I'm
like you. You're the one that doesn't care about all the bullshit we throw at you.
That's
Right.
So. Do you guys say this? Go back to
Nah.
the inn after.
Adari is just kind of
Yeah.
looking at the mirror and kind of just looking back.
I'll head back to the inn.
Okay, let me just move your tokens over there then.
Oh god.
What are you doing there?
Hmm?
You seem lost.
I'm thinking on something right now.
Which is...
Why the hell do I look so ugly?
You're an elf.
Thanks, I'll remember that next time.
What?
You look a little
Face,
offensive.
not your face.
I mean, I think the
think
arm
that-
is cool.
Oh, that it is, but it's kind of bound by leather at the moment, though.
Well, yeah, but it also has got, like, engravings and stuff.
That's true. I'm going to actually turn in early for tonight. Or to get some reading and whatnot in, so
Right. I think we leave for Pensato tomorrow.
good.
Or at
And she'll
least
just
I'm
kinda
out
head
of
up.
things to do here.
Is my crossbow supposed to be ready tonight?
Today or
Either
I
tomorrow?
tonight or tomorrow. She's working on it.
Tomorrow, okay.
Yeah, you can pick it up as soon before you leave.
Sweet. I have no sense of time.
No worries. I'm working on the time on myself. No worries.
Well,
All right.
If Drake
so-
or his crew come back, let him know we're ready to go back to Manzato tomorrow.
I haven't seen Drake in days.
I'm sure he's around.
it's me.
Mostly because he left the kids.
Right, yeah. He just gestures over to the children in the corner. They must be around. I don't think he's gonna leave
Yeah,
the
it's
children.
It's me. As he's in the middle of playing cards with Midnight and Binge, just says, "Yeah, his son Joshua's upstairs with his girlfriend."
His name's not Joshua, is it?
That's what they call shore leave.
I'm sure he'll figure it out.
You know
Plus,
what the
I
worst
think-
thing is? I'm getting land legs. I don't like this.
Oh, cool. Could we go to the desert then?
You know, I hate beaches. I really do hate beaches.
Oh,
The sand gets everywhere.
That was sarcasm.
like a
I believe
desert.
I would die in a desert. I am a water-based dragon.
You know why they call it a desert, right?
No, I thought it was filled
It's
with
fucking
sweets.
deserted and nobody lives there.
Wait, but it is spelled the same way as dessert.
No, those are...
So I clicked a button.
There's a lacking of a letter.
My sister's
Actually,
the
if I recall
nerd.
in the Dragon Tongue, they're two entirely different words.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Alright.
So all this is ready. You guys have your little dinner. The goblin that's with the kids, Keppa, actually talks to some of you. Says like, "Yes, I'm just going to inform Sidari and Mr. Drake that you guys will be leaving. We'll be fine, and I'm sure he'll collect us right away since Joshi and Tessa are still upstairs and only came down for food briefly and back up."
Aw. Also ill, but aw.
Yeah, well, I mean,
At least they're staying hydrated.
yes. Actually, Adaria since and Mavis, since you do share the room closest to theirs, you actually do hear it once in a while. So.
Oh, great. Exactly what I want to hear while tranced.
I hate it here.
Same.
Well, Mavis, you already know Joshua and Tessa were an item. That's what
I
you.
know.
already-
That's why I'm
Like
not
a
I'm
magic item or a super rare item? Like,
Yeah, well, you always be prepared with
Sorry.
Better,
earplugs.
please. Better,
You
please.
prepared yourself with earplugs, so you already knew what was coming.
Ha!
I think
thanks,
at,
Jeeves. I was trying not to.
at some point, one of the Skelly boys goes to the door holding a jar with a note on it, and the jar is full of grease. And the note says, "It's getting loud."
Oh my god.
Jar is taken.
Says your room.
There's a note that's or at least another tag that's written on it, or at least onto the skelly,
Just taped to the skeleton.
and it's a long rant of, you know how long it takes to actually have an enjoyable shore leave. That's it.
Syndra, absolutely.
By the way, Mavis, when you are entering or attempting to enter this door, it's locked.
Wait, to my own room?
Yes.
Ah. Was there a curfew?
Pick it.
I'm gonna knock first.
Adaria, you hear knocking, but I believe you're doing something right now, are you?
Yeah. I'd like to look at the mirror and cast Detect Thoughts on myself.
Dude,
Well-
that's some dark shit.
This was a bad idea. Bust
Roll
down
me
the
great.
door.
and please do not roll below 45.
I believe we call this a brain loop.
More or
Yeah.
less.
To all listeners, I had already warned the player ahead of time. They're going with their own free will. And
Yeah.
66.
That's the
Wow.
second 66 you've rolled tonight.
I rolled the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the second 66 that's been rolled tonight.
Yeah, this is fantastic.
Great. Great. Well, I prepared this in advance.
Yeah, this is. I asked him last week about this just in case, because I knew. I was like, "Hey, how does this work?"
Into the mind palace we go.
Yeah.
Actually, that's a shore now. So, Adaria, you find yourself here in the sea shores and all the beautiful things of what could only be considered a well,
God.
tranquil place.
Huh. No, I was expecting more fire and brimstone in my own mind.
Although you do hear a voice, and it just says, "Oh, it could be a lot worse than that."
And you all?
Let me just get the character sheet, character tokens. Where are you? And let me just grab another token that oh, that one was deleted. So let's get some creepy music here, because
Yeah, he's back! My boy! You know, this might also fuck me up beyond recognition considering, but
yep, as the figure standing in front of you, Arum just looks a little surprised. Well, I suppose using a mental feed loop would lead to such, well, conclusion, I guess.
so, is this the beginning or the end?
The absolute end.
What do I see, even though it was calm at the beginning?
Specify on that one.
Like, I know I see the, like, shore side and everything, but is there, like, anything else going, like, beyond that from what I could see?
Perception.
Oh,
You're not
that's
sure,
18.
but with the 18 perception you rolled in GM layer,
Oops.
GM roll, you do see the vast stars, but in the far off distance, you do see what looks to be like a large black shape that's swallowed up some of the stars.
Oh, so this is what happened when the king gets his way.
No, not the king. That's just a minor problem.
Ed?
He is simply a trigger.
The throne of Orion.
That is possibility as Oren's voice starts multiplying and you start seeing what looks to be like other figures standing next to him. And I'll just shift Z them all.
God, I love all of these actually.
Oh, we haven't met that one.
Which is
And they do speak in absolute perfect unison, but with the same voice. As you may be wondering, the absolute end is different in various forms, but this is one of two highly possible absolute ends. And as you may be wondering, Ed is a trigger.
Is this what happens when... There, hold on. My brain just... I want to think how I want to phrase this correctly. Is this what happens if Syndra uses the spell fire?
No, that's actually one of the other particular possibilities. This is one that, let's just say, Ed succeeds, but also fails.
You said there was a black orb in the sky, right?
Black figure.
Can I, like, make it out any more than... Or just...
Roll me another perception.
Come on. Oh my god.
You realize that it's far away, but yet you realize that it's massive because it's far away. And it's moving in your direction. And Arum, along with the other two figures, they just add, look carefully, as this is one of the very possible things that if you fail to stop the trigger and all the paradoxes truly damage things, well, that is what everything beyond this nexus point might just face. As the figure begins to get much closer and closer until from the distance you see something like this, but yet it's
Huh.
still far.
Should I be worried about my brain breaking here, considering I'm cheating, so to speak?
Yes, because it already noticed you. Syndra, you see that it's slowly reaching the shore.
You mean Adaria?
Yes, Aria.
Man, I would hate if Cinder was in on that.
Nope, my apologies. Adaria, you realize it's coming closer and closer to the shore, which I need you to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Question, is this a spell or spell-like ability?
No, this is for your own sanity. As you're starting to realize that the thing that's coming to the shore is massive and you fail, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So I should have been having you roll this earlier, but I'll start rolling this. So this is a 3. So that's 17 points.
Ow.
No, there's not damage. You'll find out what it is in a little bit.
I have an idea, and I don't like it.
But it is moving very slowly as if it's just, well, observing you. And the 3 figures with Aru in the center just ask, so what was your goal for doing this? What was your plan?
Well, I'm always trying to piece together my memories, and I was tired of just having them fed to me piece by piece. I want to know who and what I was, so I won't make the same mistakes again, so I sped up the process.
And by speeding up the process as this one begins to speak to you, but now with a more different voice, a more gentleman voice. Yes, and as you sped up the process, you have also doomed yourself in a way that, while it could have been beneficial, you now, in a way, close possible doors. Make me another wisdom saving throw.
Uh, 22.
Okay, you only take half of this.
That's still not great.
I know. But, Adaria, you're starting to feel severe. Well, not even severe. You're starting to feel and hear the sounds of white noise. This shh noise as some of the words that next come out from the individual here that speaks to you. As he adds, think carefully on the terms throne of Orion and what your comrade Sindra Gallos mentioned about a constellation.
Well, if I have a brain left after this, I'll have to let her know.
The one in the center, Aruncha says, yes, if there is a second time. Not many get repeated chances, no matter how many paradoxes we may be. Another wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh my god.
All right, half of this.
Still not good. That's 8.
Now 8. So now
Do you round up or down just so I can do the
down
Okay. So that's 10, 17,
35 right
27.
now.
Okay.
And that white noise is just getting very, very irritating. Also, if you look behind you, you see that the figure is slowly approaching.
Tell me at least one thing before all of this collapses, at least to ease my sanity or whatever going to be that of. Why did the fading dragon make a paradox from an elf?
All three of them say in unison, "Who says the dragon made the paradox?"
Wait.
Have you not seen the insanity of what has been converted from one thing to another? Transcendence, descendant.
Can I know it's in a weird mindscape. Can I roll a history? To like, since I'm in like a place that's essentially my own head, start pulling memories? It's a weirder one.
Roll me, yes, you can roll me a flat history at this point now.
Okay. 12.
You feel like something is in the scratching in the back of your head. Something you're supposed to remember, but you can't quite. Roll me another wisdom saving throw.
My god.
Ooh, is Tiernan making the mental thing? Excellent. I'm gonna have ooh, okay. So you're gonna take half of this, and then that
Yes,
is seven.
she's in the. Mavis is the fucking way.
Oh no! Tiernan's about to have his brain broken.
Yep. So Tiernan, you attempt to use telepathic on Atari at this moment.
Yeah.
All right, I need you to make me 2 saving throws. I need you
Oh,
to make me first a
fantastic.
wisdom and then a constitution.
Wisdom. Con. Fuck.
Oh no!
So
You
as
guys-
you peer into her mind, you hear what seems to be like a strange feedback loop, almost as if you recall one time when both your mother and your sister decided to send you telepathic messages at the exact same
Oh,
time.
that's not right. I don't like
And
that.
with your failed constitution saving throw, you feel extremely nauseated. So you are under the quote unquote effects of poison. So you have now disadvantage on your attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws for 1 minute.
Where is the nearest place I can throw up?
The windows.
Go into the window.
I like to point out that Tiernan's like, I'll get her to open the door. Immediately throws up.
I need a bucket.
It is extreme vertigo for you, Tiernan. This is definitely odd for you as a dragon.
You should sleep in my room tonight. Maybe she's doing god shit again.
As long as you don't throw up the whole night.
Alright. I feel so
I would say
bad.
sleep with Syndra, but I think she's already sleeping with someone.
Ari pops her head out. Is everything okay out here?
Can I bunk with you?
Yeah.
No one's gonna ask why, just like, nah.
You do this shit literally all the time.
I know, it's just the best part.
So, Adaria, do you ask for anything else? As the center Aurum simply speaks. You best try to force yourself awake. And unfortunately, we cannot help you at this point.
Don't. Let me roll something.
Stab yourself. It worked for me.
No, I'm gonna roll a wisdom to see if her pride of finding answers is going to trump her will to wake up. Because I'm playing to her character.
So which is gonna be which? High or low is what I should ask. Oh.
The low was her staying. And she looks at all of them. Says, I came here for answers, even if it comes at the part of breaking myself. I've broken the world before. This won't
Yes,
stop me
you had
now.
broken the world before, along with the others. And I need to make me another wisdom saving throw.
Mm-hmm. Not 20.
Okay, well, you still take half of this though.
I know. Oh.
So that's just 7.
I love how it's like 10, 1.
Rolled incredibly low for that.
And again, they speak. Yes, this has been playing over and over, and we are seeking to end this loop which you have now thrown yourself into it.
How many times have I come to the same place asking for answers to questions?
This will be your 3rd time here.
Am I actually the woman that is the door to the key and slowly just creating the loop over and over again?
That is a quandary that is neither confirmed nor denied. Another wisdom saving throw as you hear a loud footstep.
Nope.
That's a failure, sadly.
I have maybe one last thing. How do I feel like after that one?
The corners of your vision are starting to turn into this strange fuzziness of color that is slowly but surely becoming white.
He looks at all of them and thinks, am I needed to defeat Edward, or do they just need what I can provide?
That is for you to decide, Ataria. Descentia, or Ataria the Messiah, Ataria the Warden of the Star Dragon. Each one giving you a different answer. But then they all pause and just simply say, or Ataria of the Fading Hearts.
You see, a few tears kind of welling up in her eyes. Been a long time. Well, not relatively speaking, anyway. But think I know where I have to go. And she's going to take a seat and just kind of stare off into the ocean.
So you're staring at the thing that's coming right up to you.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry. I'm playing the character Miser in this.
I know. Okay. I need you to make. Okay, right. This now I need you to actually make me 2 saving throws. First is going to be a wisdom saving throw at disadvantage, because now you actually are looking at the thing that's coming towards you, which you see its full vistage now, or most of it. Okay, you just barely passed. Now I need you to make a Constitution saving throw flat.
Oh, sorry. Just didn't turn off disadvantage, but
It's
handy.
fine. Okay, so you'll be taking half of this from the what's happening to your mind, which is 11. And you are now at 82%. Now I need you to roll me 2d100 and try to go above 82.
No, Miser, no. Oh, okay, yeah.
No,
Wait, together or individually?
individually.
Ooh.
That was for your second chance advantage.
Yeah.
So, Adaria, as you turn and sit there looking at the cosmic titan that is slowly but surely, not only as it walks and advances towards you, the stars around it are being consumed into it. And it stops by the shoreline. And even though it is not fully visible there, you do see that it eclipses you immensely by its size alone.
Mhm.
And his hand reaches out towards you. And you just hear the three Aurum and the other two behind you. They simply state, "We are sorry that you couldn't go through this phase, and sadly, this might be your last one." As your vision begins to become fully white, and you find yourself here. Oh, let me just put in the wrong layer.
You know, the end doesn't even seem that bad. Just blank and boring.
As you attempt to say this or even think this, nothing comes out of you. No thought, no words. Roll me one last D100.
Come on, Mariner. You fucked up D100s before. You can probably not fuck this one up. That's a 12? Why isn't my D100s fucking me harder than Jeebus's nat 1s?
I have to
all
ask
other
this question.
all other players, please roll me an intelligence saving throw. Please.
Yeah, I was wondering if I broke off that connection or not.
Yes, Tyrion, you have an advantage on this one.
Oh no.
Intelligence
I
save?
have-
Thank you for reminding me.
Intelligence
I
save?
have to roll?
Yes, everyone rolls intelligence saving throw, but Tyrion, you have advantage.
22!
Okay.
Yeah!
Of course, maybe.
22 house!
Wasn't supposed to be an advantage, but that is a 28 still.
Mm, mm, mm.
The wizard. Everybody else,
Yeah.
3, 2, 7, 11.
So lucky. So lucky. Because I will say this. There was a low chance, and if it had been 1, so I will explain what I was doing. At Aria, you were slowly being absorbed into the void. This is the void, as knowledge comes to your mind.
Mhm.
It is not just the destruction of anything, it is the absolute clean slate of everything, the reset button. And you not only have just decided to forcibly place yourself into the cusp of it, but you have just endangered your very existence and memory of all things around you.
Oh, I see.
And the reason why I had you roll that last D100 was because you had a 50-50 chance to get out of this.
I guess I failed the 50-50.
It was a low chance, and I mean, you know how I go with low chances.
Oh yeah, it's fine. I
So-
knew going into this, like, I was pretty much close to a death warrant when I
Yes.
asked this.
So, unfortunately, you did fail the D100 as your body, and you do realize that you are slowly fading away. However, the memory of your existence is not purged, as Tyrannin, Mavis, and Syndra Gallows have just managed to remember you. And they felt something was pulling the existence of your memory out of you, out of them. Sadly, Arizel,
Oh.
I'm sorry, but all memories of Adaria, Decentra, and things related to her are slowly but surely being replaced by something else, something that would modify and fit to your memory.
Damn.
Fucking sucks.
As I feel this, as I've felt this before, Tyrion is going to bash down that fucking door, and probably because he's still sick, just throw up on her.
I feel like
Yeah,
Red.
well,
I feel like both of my skeletons are right there as Sin like throws the fucking door.
Well, I think we throw open the door at the
Yes.
same time. It's just like bashing on the door, not strong enough to open it.
Actually, the door was not heavily locked. So the
Nice.
door does swing open, and I do apologize, but this visual you guys are going to see is Adaria, who is sitting in a trance, cross-legged. And Arizel, you do see everyone rushing in or rushing by. But for some reason, you don't know why they're doing this. And as they're going to the door, your thoughts of who's in that door? Tyrannin, Syndra, Mavis, as you look through the door and into the room, there's no one there. There is, however, a pile of clothes, gear, things left on the bed, but most notably a prosthetic arm made of ironwood and orichalcum.
Is the note still there, Miser? Because I did technically
Yes,
that.
there is a note in the hand of the orichalcum, and you see this.
You want me to read it? Because I think this will be like my last kind of send off for her
Yes.
since. Okay. All right. Do you show it to the Miser just so I can start reading?
I thought I put it for. Oh no, wait a minute. I gotta change the edit thingy.
Yeah, no problem.
Better be giving us some real fucking sad music here.
This is
So-
sad music. The fuck you
so-
mean?
So yeah, someone go ahead and change the music and they need to for sadness. I'm also sad because I actually have to.
Sorry,
As-
Miser. As a player, I knew going in like this is the road
I
she would
warned
take.
you ahead of time already, so I was
Yeah.
somewhat steeled, but
That's why I kind of wanted to talk with you before I did it, because I
I
knew.
know.
Like, also, why is it always your campaigns I push the buttons with a little too hard?
But
Jeez.
there's a message there, Tyrannin, in the prosthetic arm that's missing a body.
You want me to read it then, Miser?
Yep,
One.
go ahead.
Okay.
Should be right there.
So, if you're reading this, then I kind of fucked up more than normal. And probably can't come back. So, please don't try. In a way, this was always going to happen because I just felt like a drifter and felt that I could break the world before it broke me to get the information I wanted. I guess it broke me though if you're reading. As for all of you, I didn't think to write out a note for each individual person, sadly, but please don't try to blame yourself or waste any tears on me. Also, if you bury me somewhere, I just want to be able to look at the stars. That does make me wonder if Death has a garden, and if he doesn't, maybe I can convince him to make one. Stay hydrated. Ateria Decentra.
I will add one thing though, and this is probably your last roll as Ateria Decentra, but could you roll me a d20?
Sure. I don't see what it is. That's a 3. I think it was. Yeah, it's a 3.
So the only thing that stays is just the first name, Ateria. The Centra is not there on the letter.
Tiernan reads this to himself. He walks over to Mavis and just pushes this into her chest. Write this down in your book. And you all feel like that all of the hairs on all of you just stand on end as he is just coursing with electricity. I need to go kill something. And he just leaves the bar.
Did Aderia have a bag of holding? Is that what she was carrying around?
She had a haversack.
Yes.
All her items, all the things that she had, her clothes even, are there, but there's no body. There's no dust. There's nothing that represents anything that looked like a living creature was there. Heck,
Okay, so
even
short
the
of-
prosthetic arm does not have any of the blood or stuff in it.
Okay, so short of just like the quick instance to like read over the note, Sin has moved to that haversack and is making sure that the flower is still there.
It's there.
As soon as she's sure of that, she turns around. Fucking idiots. Now I have to recalculate everything because of her stupidity.
Tiernan has gone to go find literally somebody doing anything that Aderia would not have liked, and literally just like even walking out of grass next to a no walking on the grass sign, and he's going to murder them.
So Mavis, do you write anything?
Yes, I will word for word write it in the book.
Sin takes off and starts rushing after Tiernan. After she makes she hands Ari the bag and says, "Don't lose anything."
Whose bag is this?
And Ari has no fucking idea what's going on.
No, no, I just watched all of you run away, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Mavis?
But you don't. She's gone.
Ooh.
Oh boy.
This sucks a lot.
Let's go for
It's-
a walk.
It's even worse because you actually had a chance to do a saving throw. A lot of the NPCs did not.
Yikes.
Oh.
So
In a way, as a player, I felt horrible about this, but as like a character, I'm like, I hate this is the choice you would probably make.
No, it's I agree with you. It's what Aderia would have done. I hate it, but you
I'm
played your
only
character
mad.
well.
I'm only mad because this is like the first like actual
Character death.
death that wasn't a possum.
Oh
He
my
doesn't
god.
count.
Hey!
He does,
He's
but
not
like
dead.
this was like an
No, I mean, the
actual
thing is, he's not
player.
dead.
Alright.
True.
So I'm just gonna say this, Mavis, as you write down word for word, you find on your very bottom of the handout the version 23. Who is Ataria? Never heard of the name. Warden of the Star Dragon? I do not know. Who? And we're gonna end this session here.
I was gonna say, is that in the book?
Oh,
You said the
yes,
book or on
Yeah,
your?
it's on the
It's
notes.
in the book.
Ah, you bastard.
You better have a fucking good character next time.
I have a bard.
So,
Fuck.
what comes to mind to you, Mavis, as you see this last entry?
Oh, what comes to mind is I can't open the freaking book.
Uh oh.
It won't let me
uh,
open it.
Hold on. I'll do a quick show again. You might have to.
I closed it out and then I tried to open it again and it will not let me open.
Oh yeah, there's that weird bug. You have to refresh it quickly.
Oh my god.
Don't worry, we're at the very end, but
I'll go fast. I'll go fast.
So remember when I was like, yeah, this is why I needed a mirror? Is to basically
I was terrified. I knew what was coming, but at the same time, I was just like, "Oh no!
So did I.
Don't do this to me."
sorry. I played
know.
the character the best of my ability and she's not very patient about getting her answers, as it's been shown many times over.
I know. I knew it was coming eventually. I was just like, "Oh god, I'm gonna have to prepare that particular scenery if it
This
comes
is
down."
sad. I like this.
I
What?
don't either.
Ah. Okay, it's loading.
The problem, the other
Book is
problem is
loading.
that you hit the 80% when you shouldn't have, but you did.
I think it's also too because I forced a lot
Yeah,
of the rolls.
It is exactly how Adaria would go. I just hate it.
Yeah.
Obviously Tyrion hates it. Like he
I
is
don't think anyone's
fucking
happy with the
pissed.
decision.
I think this is probably the most electricity the rest of the party has ever felt. Like it was probably beginning to hurt. Like standing next to a live taser.
Okay, I do have another question because I
Yes.
either missed it or misunderstood. Are the responses like all different possible? The word
Paradoxes.
yes, paradox of all the party or just Mavis?
You don't
Or
know
we don't know.
exactly.
Okay, okay.
We don't know who holds the book and who holds it in each version. For all we know, it could be literally all of us at different points.
Okay.
Well, we
It
know it's
kinda
not Adaria because she erased herself from the void and the book didn't disappear.
well, now that Mavis reads the book and then knows that Arizel doesn't remember. Blah. I don't like.
Yeah.
What is a sad feeling? I don't like it.
This is
pain.
what happens when a
Like
character
it's a
dies.
different sad. I'm sad in real life.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of. This is a different sad. Why is
I
it
was
different?
honestly nervous going in, like, do I really want to do this to my character? I'm like,
I was hoping you didn't.
but at
This
the
is
same
the
time, I'm
DM
like, I think she would force her hand because she was tired of just waiting around, just guessing.
Okay. We're kind of going off a little bit here.
Yeah.
So, Mavis, as you open the book and you see the latest entry, it basically just says, "Who is Adaria? Never heard of the name. Warden of the Dragon? I do not know. Who?"
I'm not gonna write anything in response.
As you choose not to write, that's fine, because you, with perfect clarity of your memory, know who Adaria was. Same for Syndra, same for Tyranian. Sadly, Arzel, within a brief moment of her defenselessness or slip of the mind, did not quite kept the recollection of her party member, but even more sadly, all other particular beings soon but inevitably forgot the existence of Adaria Decentra. And we will be ending the session here tonight, which I like to say I am your DM of this evening, Miser Mark, and I am just really sad that this had to happen, even though I know it was a high possibility. Yes, I talked to the player for that, but I was
Yeah.
hoping it could be avoided. You can
Very
find
possible.
myself way of the DM. We're a storyteller, but you can find my content on both YouTube and Twitch under the same name of Miser Mark 2010. And you can also find content that I am collaborated and part of in Jeeves Dingus and Transpace Mariner on both their YouTube and Twitch channels. And I will just send it off to Jeeves Dingus.
All right. Well, I'm James Dingus on Twitter and YouTube. Tomorrow, it's going to be hopefully, depending on my party, a much more fun session where they get to play fun games.
I have
No.
to
We're gonna keep this
listen.
drama up.
Yeah, we have
Maybe,
to.
potentially.
It's supposed to be fun.
It's fun. I enjoyed it.
Possibly.
But knowing my party, they're going to cause drama between themselves, and it will be at zero of my fault. But I will think we're going to have a very fun session tomorrow. We will see you there, and I'll throw it over to Mariner.
Hello, I am the person that no longer exists in this game. Nah, just kidding. I'll probably have a new character eventually, but yeah, I'm Transpace Mariner on Twitch, DM Mariner on Twitter, and yeah. I am a bit sad about what I did, but going into it, I kind of knew this is how I wanted to play the character, and if that was the way she went, I'd let the dice kind of decide, but they did in the end, so it is what it is. And I'll throw it over to... if he's not crying.
Ooh.
You cut out when you said the name.
Yeah.
Oh, Moogle, sorry.
Oh, I'm not crying.
Yeah.
No, seriously. But, yeah, hi, I'm Goth Moogle. I'm playing the very pissed off wizard who just had half of her plans spoiled because of dumb. And, you get to see me play my adorable, now completely confused about relationships, Vaxi. And, yeah. I do commission work. Link in the description below. Yeah. Who's next?
Be Ari.
Hello. I'm Az. Yeah, what a session. I will be playing as my lovely bard tomorrow, Kira. So I'll get to witness what this party's up to. Still integrating myself into this party. And my Twitter information is down below, so mostly just tweet about like D&D related stuff and art. So yeah.
Okay. Yes, the DM also a little lost in thought here, but thank you all again, and we will see you tomorrow.